Even the Buddha cannot carry the unwilling. No Buddha can awaken a heart that refuses to open. In this narration, we step into a quiet struggle that happens not only in temples, not only before golden statues, but inside ordinary people like us. We see people kneeling with incense in their hands, eyes closed, lips trembling, asking for rescue from suffering, from illness, from debt, from loneliness, from fear. They ask for blessings, for protection, for peace, for a better life. And yet when the path asks them to change their anger, soften their pride, loosen their greed, or stop repeating the habits that create their pain, they turn away. This is the painful truth we must dare to face. Even the Buddha, with boundless wisdom, limitless compassion, and immeasurable spiritual power, cannot save someone who does not want to be saved in the deepest sense. He can show the road, but he cannot walk it for us. He can point to the fire burning in our hands, but he cannot force us to release it. He can speak the truth with compassion, but if our heart is closed, if we refuse to listen, if we hold tightly to our delusions and call them my way, then even the voice of a Buddha becomes only wind passing by a sealed door. Many people hear this and feel uneasy. They think, if the Buddha is truly compassionate, why can he not rescue everyone? If his wisdom is infinite, why can he not make all beings awaken? If his power is so great, why does suffering still exist? These questions sound respectful on the surface, but hidden inside them is a misunderstanding so deep that it can distort the entire meaning of the Dharma. Because the Buddha is not a god who grants wishes in exchange for prayer. The Buddha is not a ruler of fate who bends the universe simply because someone lights incense and asks sincerely. The Buddha is the fully awakened one, the one who sees reality as it is, the one who teaches the way out of suffering. But teaching is not the same as forcing. Compassion is not control. Guidance is not possession. Every day in countless homes and temples, people bow before the image of the Buddha. Some come with sincere faith, with humility, with a wish to understand and transform. But some come only when life becomes unbearable. When business fails, they pray. When sickness comes, they pray. When relationships break, they pray. When fear rises, they pray. They ask the Buddha to remove obstacles, to bring wealth, to heal the body, to protect their family, to punish their enemies, to change another person's heart, to open a door that they themselves have closed through years of wrong actions. And after praying, they stand up and return to the same anger, the same jealousy, the same lies, the same addictions, the same careless speech, the same selfish choices. They want the fruit, but not the planting. They want peace, but not discipline. They want light, but refuse to open the window. They want to be carried across the river, but will not step into the boat. And when life does not change, they blame the Buddha as if the Buddha failed to help them. But perhaps the deeper truth is that they were never asking for liberation. They were asking for comfort without transformation. They were asking for blessings without responsibility. They were asking to keep their old self intact, but with better circumstances. This is where the teaching becomes sharp, but also merciful. Buddhism is not a path of being rescued by a supreme power while we remain asleep. Buddhism is a path of seeing, practicing, letting go, and transforming oneself. The Buddha does not erase karma like wiping dust from a table just because we ask. He teaches us how karma is created, how suffering arises, how craving binds us, how ignorance blinds us, and how liberation becomes possible through right understanding, right effort, right mindfulness, and right living. The Dharma is medicine, but the patient must take it. The Dharma is a lamp, but the traveler must carry it. The Dharma is a door, but the one trapped inside must be willing to walk out. To say that the Buddha can save everyone regardless of their willingness may sound like praise, but in truth, it misunderstands and diminishes the greatness of the Buddha. It turns the Buddha into a miracle worker whose role is to override the moral law of cause and effect. It suggests that awakening can be injected into someone from the outside, as though wisdom were a liquid poured into a closed vessel. But awakening is not something forced upon the mind. Awakening happens when the mind begins to see. And seeing cannot be imposed on someone who insists on keeping their eyes shut. If all beings could be liberated by the Buddha's power alone, then long ago there would be no more suffering beings. If the Buddha could simply transform anyone against their will, then animals would have become sages, cruel people would have become saints overnight, and hell realms would have emptied the moment the Buddha appeared in the world. During the Buddha's lifetime, there were still beings trapped in ignorance. There were still people who insulted him, rejected him, misunderstood him, even tried to harm him. There were still animals living by instinct, still hungry ghosts tormented by craving, still beings falling into dark states because of their own karma. The presence of a Buddha did not cancel the law of cause and effect. It illuminated it. This is not because the Buddha lacked compassion. It is because true compassion respects truth. A Buddha does not lie to comfort us. A Buddha does not say, "Do nothing, change nothing, and I will make you free." A Buddha says, "Here is suffering. Here is the cause of here is the ending of suffering. Here is the path." That is compassion in its purest form, not flattery, not false promise, not magical rescue, but the honest showing of the way. A phrase often used in Buddhist thought, a person without affinity or without karmic connection. It can sound harsh at first, as though someone has been abandoned or condemned, but that is not the meaning. To be without affinity does not mean the Buddha hates that person. It does not mean heaven has closed its doors forever. It means that at this moment, the person is inwardly distant from the teaching. The Dharma may be near, but their heart is far away. They may hear the words, but they do not receive them. They may see the temple, but they do not enter with sincerity. They may meet a teacher, but only argue. They may suffer deeply, but still refuse to examine the causes of their suffering. A person without affinity is not necessarily someone evil. Sometimes it is someone too proud to listen. Sometimes it is someone too wounded to trust. Sometimes it is someone too attached to pleasure to practice. Sometimes it is someone who wants Buddhism as decoration, not transformation. They may like the sound of compassion, but not the discipline of restraint. They may admire the Buddha, but not want to live according to the Dharma. They may chant sacred words, but continue to nourish resentment in secret. And so, the connection remains thin. The teaching cannot take root, not because the seed lacks life, but because the soil refuses to receive it. Think of rain falling from the sky. The rain does not discriminate. It falls on mountains, fields, rooftops, rivers, stones, and dry earth. But only the soil that can receive it will grow seeds. A rock may be wet on the surface, yet nothing sprouts from it. Is that the fault of the rain? The Buddha's compassion is like rain. It falls widely, generously, without hatred, without favoritism. But if the heart is hardened by arrogance, craving, hatred, or disbelief, then the compassion may touch the surface and still not enter. The problem is not that the Buddha has no compassion. The problem is that we have not become capable of receiving it. This truth is uncomfortable because it removes our excuses. It means we cannot hide behind prayer while refusing practice. We cannot blame destiny while feeding the very causes of our suffering. We cannot bow to the Buddha in the morning and spend the rest of the day harming others with our speech, our greed, our jealousy, our cruelty, and then wonder why peace does not come. We cannot treat the Buddha like a servant of our desires and still call that faith. Real faith is not merely asking. Real faith is listening. Real faith is not demanding that the Buddha change our life while we keep the same mind. Real faith is allowing the Dharma to challenge us, to disturb our illusions, to reveal where we are wrong, to show us what must be abandoned. Faith is not passive waiting. Faith is the courage to step onto the path. And this is why the teaching is not meant to condemn anyone. It is meant to wake us up before we become the very person who stands at the gate of liberation, begging to be rescued. While refusing to take one step forward, it is meant to make us look honestly at ourselves. When we pray, what are we truly asking for? Are we asking for wisdom, only convenience? Are we asking for liberation, or only a softer cage? Are we asking to be free from suffering, or only free from the consequences of our own actions? There is a kind of suffering that comes from life itself: aging, sickness, separation, uncertainty, loss. But there is another kind of suffering that we keep creating with our own hands. We cling, we compare, we envy, we demand, we chase, we react, we speak without mindfulness. We hurt people and expect trust. We live carelessly and expect peace. Then when the results arrive, we kneel before the Buddha and ask him to erase the harvest of seeds we planted ourselves. But the Buddha's compassion does not work by destroying truth. It works by helping us understand truth so deeply that we stop planting suffering. Imagine a person standing in a burning house. Outside the house, a wise teacher calls. The door is open. This house is on fire. The person inside says, "Please save me." The teacher says, "Walk toward the door." But the person answers, "I do not want to move. I want to stay here, but I want the fire to stop burning." What can the teacher do? He can call louder, he can point more clearly, he can send help, he can describe the danger with tears in his eyes. But if the person clings to the burning room and refuses to move, then even the greatest compassion cannot become freedom for them. So the question is not whether the Buddha has enough power. The question is whether we have enough willingness. The question is not whether the Dharma is deep enough. The question is whether we are humble enough to receive it. The question is not whether compassion exists. The question is whether our heart has opened even a small crack for that compassion to enter. The Buddha's wisdom is boundless. The Buddha's power is profound. The Buddha's compassion is immeasurable. But none of these means that awakening can be forced into an unwilling mind. The sun may shine everywhere, but a person can still hide in a cave. The ocean may be vast, but one who refuses to drink will remain thirsty. The path may be clear, but one who refuses to walk will remain where they are. This is the beginning of our reflection, not a cold judgment against others, but a warm and serious warning to ourselves. Let us not become people who praise the Buddha with our mouths, while rejecting the Dharma with our lives. Let us not mistake incense smoke for inner transformation. Let us not believe that prayer alone can replace the hard and beautiful work of awakening, because the Buddha can guide the willing, teach the humble, comfort the sincere, and illuminate the path for those ready to see. But even the Buddha cannot carry the unwilling across a road they refuse to walk. To understand this clearly, we must first look at the dangerous belief that asking for help is enough while refusing to walk the path. There is a very subtle illusion that lives in the human heart. It does not always appear as arrogance. Sometimes it wears the face of devotion. Sometimes it kneels before an altar, lights incense, joins its palms, and speaks beautiful words. It says, "The Buddha is boundless. The Buddha is compassionate. The Buddha can do anything. Therefore, if I pray sincerely enough, he will rescue me." At first, this sounds like faith. It sounds tender, humble, and full of reverence. But if we listen more deeply, we may discover that hidden inside this belief is a refusal to change. The heart is not truly saying, "May I be guided to transform." It is saying, "May I be saved without transforming." It is not asking for courage to walk the path. It is asking for the path to carry us while we remain exactly as we are. And this is where the misunderstanding begins. Many people imagine spiritual help as something that descends from the sky and cancels the consequences of their own actions. They suffer, so they pray. They are afraid, so they call the Buddha's name. They feel trapped by karma, by mistakes, by habits, by pain, and they hope that some sacred power will step in and erase everything. They want peace, but they do not want to examine the anger that destroys their peace. They want blessings, but they do not want to stop creating the causes of suffering. They want liberation, but they do not want discipline. They want the fruit, but not the planting, watering, waiting, and tending of the seed. This is not a rare condition, it is painfully human. When life becomes heavy, we all long for rescue. We want someone wiser, stronger, purer than ourselves to take the burden from our hands. A child falls and looks for the mother. A drowning person reaches for any floating branch. A frightened heart calls out to heaven. There is nothing wrong with this instinct. In fact, sincere prayer can be very beautiful. A moment of prayer can soften a hardened mind. It can interrupt a storm of hatred. It can bring a person back to humility. It can remind us that we are not the center of the universe, that there is wisdom greater than our confusion, compassion greater than our wounds. When someone bows before the Buddha with tears in their eyes, asking to become less cruel, less lost, less controlled by greed and fear, that prayer is not empty. It is already a turning of the heart. It is already a seed of practice. When a person chants the Buddha's name and, in that chanting, remembers not to harm another being, not to speak a poisonous word, not to chase another foolish desire, then prayer has become mindfulness. It has become medicine. It has become a bridge back to the Dharma. But prayer is not a replacement for the path. Prayer can open the door, but we still must enter. Prayer can light the lamp, but we still must use that light to see our own mind. Prayer can calm the heart, but it cannot perform our repentance for us. It cannot observe the precepts in our place. It cannot forgive the people we insist on hating. It cannot meditate while we continue to drown ourselves in distraction. It cannot become wisdom if we cling tightly to ignorance and call that ignorance our personality. The Buddha's compassion is immeasurable, but compassion does not mean violation of truth. The Buddha's wisdom is boundless, but wisdom does not mean destroying cause and effect. The Buddha's power is inconceivable, but power does not mean forcing awakening into a heart that refuses to awaken. Imagine a doctor of extraordinary skill. This doctor has studied deeply, healed countless people, and carries genuine compassion for every patient. He sees a sick person and understands the illness clearly. He knows the medicine, he knows the treatment. He speaks gently and says, if you take this medicine, change this diet, avoid this poison, rest properly and return for treatment, you can recover. But the patient listens and says, Doctor, I believe you are great. I praise your knowledge. I trust your compassion. But I will not take the medicine. I do not accept your diagnosis. I will continue drinking the poison. I will continue eating what makes me sick. I will continue the habits that created this disease. Since you are such a wonderful doctor, please heal me anyway. Now tell me, if the patient does not recover, is it because the doctor lacks compassion? Is it because the doctor is not skilled enough? Is it because the medicine has no power? No, the failure does not come from the doctor. It comes from the refusal of the patient to cooperate with the cure. This analogy is simple, but it cuts very deep. The Buddha is like the supreme physician. The Dharma is like the medicine. The Sangha is like the field of support and guidance. But the taking of the medicine, the daily discipline, the willingness to stop poisoning oneself, that belongs to each person. No one can swallow the medicine for you. No one can digest it for you. No one can heal while you secretly remain loyal to the sickness. And yet many people approach Buddhism exactly like that patient. They want the Buddha to bless them, but they do not want the Buddha to correct them. They want the Buddha to protect their family, business, reputation, and future. But they do not want to stop lying, exploiting, envying, craving, gossiping, or hurting others. They want their suffering reduced, but they keep feeding the causes of suffering with both hands. They want heaven after death, but they do not want to create heavenly qualities while alive. This is why the belief, the Buddha can save everyone no matter what they do, is so dangerous. On the surface, it sounds like praise. It sounds as if we are declaring the Buddha to be limitless. We say, the Buddha is so powerful that he can rescue even those who do not practice. But if we look more carefully, this kind of praise actually damages the heart of the Buddha's teaching. It turns the Dharma into superstition. It makes enlightenment look like favoritism. It suggests that cause and effect can be ignored if one simply begs loudly enough. But the Buddha did not teach a universe governed by random rescue. He taught a universe governed by causes and conditions. When wholesome causes are cultivated, wholesome fruits ripen. When unwholesome causes are cultivated, suffering follows. This is not punishment. This is not cruelty. This is the structure of reality. Fire burns not because it hates the hand, but because burning is the nature of fire. A seed grows according to its kind, not because the earth is biased, but because causes bear their own fruit. If a person plants thorns every day and then prays for roses, what can even the greatest compassion do? Compassion may teach them to stop planting thorns. Compassion may offer rose seeds. Compassion may show them how to prepare the soil. Compassion may stay beside them through the long process of change. But compassion cannot make thorn seeds bloom into roses while the person refuses to plant anything else. To say that the Buddha can simply erase all consequences is not honoring the Buddha. It is denying the Dharma he awakened to. It is as if someone says, the sun is great, so it should make my shadow disappear while I continue standing with my back to the light. But the sun does not need to obey our confusion. We need to turn around. Real reverence for the Buddha is not proven by how loudly we praise him. It is proven by how deeply we trust what he taught. If the Buddha says hatred does not end by hatred, then reverence means we begin to release hatred. If the Buddha says craving brings suffering, then reverence means we start observing our cravings with honesty. If the Buddha says all conditioned things are impermanent, then reverence means we stop clinging as though anything in this world can be possessed forever. If the Buddha says walk the path, then reverence means we walk. Buddhism honors human responsibility in a very profound way. It does not flatter the ego, but it also does not reduce us to helpless beggars waiting for salvation. It says, you are shaped by causes, but you can create new causes. You are influenced by past karma, but you are not required to continue every old habit. You have inherited confusion, but you can cultivate wisdom. You have suffered, but you can stop passing suffering to others. You are not omnipotent, but you are not powerless. No one can breathe for you. Someone may bring oxygen near your face, but you must breathe. No one can eat for you. Someone may cook a meal with love, place it before you, and invite you gently, but you must open your mouth. No one can repent for you. Another person may forgive you. A teacher may guide you. A scripture may awaken remorse. But the turning of the heart must happen within you. No one can forgive on your behalf. Others may advise you to release resentment, but only you know the knot you keep tightening in your chest. No one can meditate for you. A master can describe stillness, to demonstrate discipline, and sit beside you in silence, but your wandering mind must be known by you. No one can awaken for you. The Buddha can point to the moon, but your own eyes must look. This is both frightening and beautiful. It is frightening because it removes our excuses. We can no longer hide behind the idea that if the Buddha truly loved us, he would transform us without our consent. We can no longer say, I am waiting for grace, while continuing to live carelessly. We can no longer use prayer as a curtain covering an unchanged life. The Dharma does not allow us to remain asleep while calling sleep devotion, but it is beautiful because it gives dignity back to the human heart. It means our choices matter, our small efforts matter. One restrained word matters. One honest apology matters. One moment of mindfulness before anger becomes action matters. One morning of practice, one act of generosity, one decision not to harm, one breath taken with awareness. All of these are not small in the eyes of the path. They are the actual steps by which a human being becomes free. A person may have prayed for years and still be full of bitterness, but one day, while praying, they truly hear themselves. They see the contradiction. They realize, I keep asking for peace, but I keep sharpening my resentment. I keep asking for light, but I keep choosing darkness in my speech and actions. That moment is precious. That is when prayer begins to ripen into practice. A person may bow before the Buddha every night, asking for protection. But then slowly they understand. Protection is not only something given from outside. Protection is also the precept not to kill, because violence creates fear. Protection is the precept not to steal, because dishonesty creates enemies. Protection is the precept not to lie, because falsehood destroys trust. Protection is sobriety of mind, because heedlessness opens the door to countless disasters. Protection is compassion, because a gentle heart does not create the same storms that a cruel heart creates. So yes, pray if prayer makes your heart soft. Bow if bowing helps you remember humility. Chant if chanting gathers your scattered mind. Light incense if the fragrance reminds you to purify your conduct. But do not stop there. Do not mistake the outer gesture for the inner work. Do not offer flowers to the Buddha while watering the weeds of greed, hatred, and delusion inside yourself. Do not call upon compassion while refusing to become compassionate. Do not praise wisdom while defending your ignorance. The Buddha is not a magician hired by our fear. He is not a distant power waiting to cancel the moral structure of the universe for those who ask with enough emotion. He is the awakened one, the teacher of the way things are. His compassion is not sentimental indulgence. It is clear, fearless, and liberating. He does not deceive us by saying, do whatever you want, and I will take care of the results, he says. Look carefully. This leads to suffering. This leads to peace. This is bondage. This is release. Come and see, come and practice. And that is why passive prayer, when separated from transformation, contradicts the heart of Buddhism. It tries to receive the fruit while refusing the path. It wants the comfort of religion without the discipline of awakening. It wants the Buddha's compassion, but not the Buddha's instruction. It wants rescue without responsibility. But the Dharma is not cruel when it says we must practice. It is merciful. Because if liberation depended only on being chosen, we would remain anxious forever, wondering whether enough favor had fallen upon us. But if liberation depends on causes and conditions, then every moment becomes workable. Every thought can be trained. Every action can be purified. Every mistake can become a teacher. Every day can become a field where freedom is planted. This does not mean we practice alone in a cold universe. The Buddha's presence, the Dharma's truth, the Sangha's support, the blessings of wholesome beings, all of these can nourish us deeply. But nourishment is not the same as replacement. Support is not the same as substitution. Guidance is not the same as being carried against our will. A lamp can shine in the room, but we must open our eyes. A teacher can call our name, but we must turn around. A boat may wait at the shore, but we must step into it. And even after stepping in, we must stop clinging to the burning house behind us. So when we say, even the Buddha cannot carry the unwilling, we are not reducing the Buddha. We are protecting the truth of his teaching. We are remembering that awakening is not an object placed into passive hands. It is a transformation of seeing, living, choosing, and being. The Buddha can guide the lost, but the lost must be willing to be guided. The Buddha can teach the path, but the listener must be willing to learn. The Buddha can pour compassion like rain, but a bowl turned upside down will remain empty. This leads us to a deeper question. What does it really mean to praise the Buddha? And when does praise secretly become slander? There are words that sound beautiful at first. But if we look closely, they can quietly distort the truth. Someone may say, with tears in their eyes, the Buddha is boundless. The Buddha's compassion has no limit. If we sincerely call upon him, he can save us all. And on the surface, this sounds like devotion. It sounds like reverence. It sounds like a heart bowing deeply before something sacred. But the Dharma asks us to look deeper than the sound of a sentence. It asks us to examine what that sentence means. Because if by the Buddha is boundless, we mean that his wisdom sees beyond our confusion, that his compassion does not abandon any being, that his patience can wait through countless lifetimes, then yes, this is true praise. If we mean that the Buddha understands the roots of suffering so completely that he can show a path out of it, then yes, this is a noble way to speak. If we mean that the Buddha's heart does not reject even the most broken, angry, lost, or foolish person, then yes, this is the fragrance of real faith. But if we mean that the Buddha can erase our karma while we continue to plant the same seeds, then we have misunderstood. If we mean that the Buddha can carry us to liberation while we refuse to walk, then we have misunderstood. If we mean that the Buddha can break open a locked heart without that heart ever becoming willing, then we have not praised the Buddha. We have turned him into something the Dharma never claimed him to be. And this is where praise without wisdom becomes dangerous. Not dangerous, because devotion is wrong. Devotion can be beautiful. A sincere heart calling the Buddha's name may soften pride, calm fear, and bring a person closer to goodness. Many people speak in exaggerated ways because they are grateful. They have suffered, they have prayed, they have felt comfort in the presence of the Buddha's teaching, and so they say, the Buddha can do anything. Their intention may be pure, their love may be sincere, but sincerity alone does not guarantee right understanding. A child may love his father so much that he says, "My father can make the sun rise." It is touching, but it is not true. And if that child grows up still believing that his father is responsible for the sunrise, then his love has become confusion. In the same way, a person may love the Buddha and say, the Buddha can save everyone, no matter what they do, no matter what they choose, no matter whether they practice or not. It sounds like praise, but hidden inside that statement is a denial of the very Dharma the Buddha awakened to, because the Buddha did not teach that suffering ends by favoritism. He did not teach that liberation is granted like a reward from the hand of a ruler. He did not teach that karma disappears because we wish it away. He taught cause and effect. He taught that actions have consequences. He taught that the mind is shaped by what it repeatedly chooses. He taught that craving leads to suffering, that ignorance gives birth to bondage, and that freedom appears when ignorance is seen through. So if we say, the Buddha can save people even if they do not want to change, we are not increasing the Buddha's greatness. We are shrinking the Dharma into superstition. We are saying that moral choice does not matter. We are saying that practice is optional. We are saying that one may hold hatred, greed, arrogance, cruelty, and delusion tightly in both hands, and still be lifted into awakening by some divine force from outside. But this is not Buddhism. This is the fantasy of a tired mind that wants rescue without responsibility. And let us be honest, that tired mind exists in many of us. There is a part of the human heart that wants someone else to do the hard work. We want peace, but we do not want to release resentment. We want wisdom, but we do not want to examine our pride. We want blessings, but we do not want discipline. We want the fruit, but not the planting, watering, waiting, and pruning. We want to stand in the shadow of the Buddha and feel safe, while still walking in the direction of our old habits. So it becomes very convenient to imagine the Buddha as a miracle worker who excuses our laziness, a great cosmic savior who says, do not worry about your anger, do not worry about your attachment, do not worry about your speech, your thoughts, your conduct. I will take care of everything. But the Buddha never came to make us irresponsible. He came to awaken us from irresponsibility. The power of the Buddha is not the power of domination. It is not the power to grab beings by the soul and drag them into enlightenment. It is not the power to command the universe like a king commanding servants. It is not the power to turn a cruel person into a saint against his will, or to turn an animal into a sage by magic, or to empty the hell realms simply by deciding they should no longer exist. If that were the nature of Buddhahood, then there would be no need for teaching, no need for the Noble Eightfold Path, no need for right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, right concentration. No need for patience, generosity, moral restraint, meditation, or insight. The Buddha could simply wave away delusion, and all beings would be free. But look at the world. Look at history. Look even at the time when the Buddha walked on this earth. The Buddha was alive. His wisdom was present. His compassion was immeasurable. His voice taught clearly. His footsteps touched the roads of villages and kingdoms. And yet, not everyone became awakened. Some listened and understood. Some listened and doubted. Some listened and walked away. Some opposed him. Some tried to harm him. Some saw only an ordinary man. Some had the merit, humility, and readiness to receive the teaching. Others did not. During the Buddha's lifetime, suffering still existed. Greed still existed. Violence still existed. Animals still wandered in fear and hunger. People still died with confused minds. Lower realms were not emptied simply because a Buddha had appeared in the world. The presence of the Buddha opened a door, but beings still had to turn toward it. This is not a weakness in the Buddha. This is the dignity of the law, he realized. A physician may understand the disease perfectly. He may prepare the right medicine. He may sit beside the patient with compassion. But if the patient refuses to drink, the doctor cannot swallow the medicine for him. If the patient spits it out, hides it, mocks it, or insists that poison tastes better, then the doctor's knowledge has not failed. The medicine has not failed. The problem is that healing requires participation. The Buddha is often called the great physician. But a physician is not a magician who violates the nature of the body. He works with causes. He understands conditions. He removes what can be removed, supports what can be supported, guides what can be guided. The Buddha's power is like that. It is precise, compassionate, and true. It does not destroy cause and effect. It reveals cause and effect so we may stop creating suffering. To say the Buddha cannot force liberation is not to say he lacks compassion. In fact, it is because his compassion is real that he does not deceive us. Imagine a teacher who tells students, "You do not need to study. I will place knowledge in your minds while you sleep." The students may love that teacher at first. They may praise him. They may feel relieved. But later, when the examination of life comes, they will have nothing. Their praise was built on illusion, and the teacher's kindness was false. The Buddha's kindness is not like that. He does not flatter our laziness. He does not comfort our delusion by pretending it can remain untouched. He does not say, "Stay as you are, and I will call it liberation." He says gently but firmly, "Look, this is suffering, this is the cause, this is the ending, this is the path that is mercy. Not the mercy of carrying us forever, but the mercy of showing us that we can stand." True praise of the Buddha must honor this. To praise the Buddha is not merely to speak grand words. It is not only to burn incense, bow before an image, or recite beautiful phrases. These can be meaningful when they support awakening. But if they become a substitute for practice, they can become another form of sleep. We may say, the Buddha's wisdom is infinite. But do we allow even a small part of that wisdom to challenge our wrong views? We may say, the Buddha's compassion is immeasurable. But do we practice compassion toward the person who irritates us? We may say, the Buddha's power is boundless. But do we trust that power enough to follow the path he gave? instead of demanding miracles that protect our attachments. Real praise is not exaggerating the Buddha into a divine servant of our desires. Real praise is taking his teachings seriously. When we refrain from harmful speech, we praise the Buddha. When we notice anger before it becomes action, we praise the Buddha. When we choose honesty, though lying would be easier, we praise the Buddha. When we sit quietly and face the restless mind instead of running from it, we praise the Buddha. When we forgive, not because it is easy, but because we no longer want to feed hatred, we praise the Buddha. When we practice generosity in a world that worships grasping, we praise the Buddha. This is praise with roots. This is devotion that becomes transformation. There is a kind of faith that wants the Buddha to be powerful so that we do not have to be responsible. But there is another kind of faith, a deeper faith, that sees the Buddha's greatness precisely in the fact that he gives responsibility back to us. He does not reduce us to helpless creatures waiting for rescue. He reveals that our choices matter, our minds matter, our intentions matter, our daily actions matter. This may feel heavier at first. It may be more comforting to believe someone else will do everything for us. But in the long run, the Dharma's honesty is more compassionate than any comforting illusion. Because if our suffering has causes, then freedom also has causes. If bondage is built, it can be unbuilt. If the mind has been trained in greed, hatred, and delusion, it can be trained in generosity, love, and wisdom. This means we are not doomed. We are not powerless. We are not waiting for a miracle from outside while our own life passes by. The miracle is that practice changes the practitioner. Slowly, a harsh person can become gentle. A restless mind can become steady. A selfish heart can learn to give. A confused person can begin to see. Not because the Buddha has forced something into them, but because the teaching has been received, contemplated, and lived. The Dharma enters where there is openness. It grows where there is effort. It bears fruit where causes and conditions come together. So we must be careful with the sentence, "The Buddha can save everyone." If we mean that the Buddha excludes no one, then yes. If we mean that no being is hated, abandoned, or considered unworthy of compassion, then yes. If we mean that the Dharma is offered for the welfare of all, then yes. But if we mean that the Buddha can liberate a being who clings to delusion and refuses the path, then no, that is not praise. That is misunderstanding dressed as devotion, and misunderstanding, when repeated long enough, becomes harmful. It can make people passive. It can make them careless with karma. It can make them think repentance is unnecessary, discipline is unnecessary, mindfulness is unnecessary. It can turn Buddhism into a waiting room where everyone sits with folded hands, hoping the Buddha will do what only sincere practice can begin. Then, when suffering continues, they may become disappointed. They may say, "I prayed, but nothing changed. I bowed, but my life is still painful. I called the Buddha, but my mind is still disturbed." They do not see that the Buddha's response was already present in the teaching. Look at your causes. Look at your habits. Look at what you are feeding every day. Do not only ask to be free from the harvest while continuing to sow the same field. This is why right understanding is an act of reverence. We do not protect the Buddha by making him sound more magical. We protect the purity of his teaching by refusing to turn awakening into fantasy. The Buddha does not need our exaggeration. Truth does not become greater when we decorate it with impossibility. The sun does not need a painted flame. The Buddha's greatness is already beyond our ordinary measure. He awakened to the nature of suffering and the end of suffering. He saw the arising and passing of all conditioned things. He taught a path that has guided countless beings out of darkness. His compassion did not depend on praise, wealth, status, caste, or beauty. His wisdom was not shaken by insult or worship. His peace did not come from controlling the world, but from being free from clinging to it. That is enough, more than enough. To say the Buddha cannot violate karma is not an insult. It is an acknowledgement that the Dharma is not chaos. To say the Buddha cannot force the unwilling is not a limitation like human weakness. It is a recognition that liberation cannot be manufactured from outside. Awakening is not hypnosis. It is not possession. It is not obedience under pressure. It is seeing clearly. And no one can see on behalf of another. Someone may point to the moon, but we must lift our eyes. Someone may describe the taste of water, but we must drink. Someone may open the gate, but we must pass through. The Buddha points. The Buddha teaches. The Buddha encourages. The Buddha embodies the possibility of freedom. But he does not replace our seeing, our drinking, our walking. So let our praise become clean. Let us not praise the Buddha by asking him to cancel the Dharma. Let us not praise compassion by turning it into indulgence. Let us not praise power by imagining domination. Let us not praise wisdom while refusing to learn. Instead, let us praise the Buddha by becoming students worthy of the teaching. Let us praise him by softening the heart. Let us praise him by taking responsibility for the seeds we plant. Let us praise him by returning, again and again, to the path. Even when the mind resists, even when old habits call, even when progress feels slow, because the Buddha's compassion is vast, but it does not work by force. His wisdom is immeasurable, but it does not erase our need to understand. His power is profound, but it does not turn living beings into puppets. And if the Buddha's compassion does not work by force, then we must examine the law that even Buddhas do not violate, cause and effect. Consider a village well, dug deep into stone by patient hands long ago. Its water cold and clean even in the driest season. A woman comes each morning with an empty jar and kneels at its edge, weeping, praising its depth, calling it sacred, begging the well to fill her jar without her ever lowering the rope. Day after day she returns home with nothing, and day after day she blames the well for her thirst, telling her neighbors that the well has grown unkind, that it no longer hears her devotion. But the well was never empty, and it never once refused her. Only her hand refused to reach for the rope coiled beside her feet. This is the shape of karma. The water waits, patient and abundant. But someone must still be willing to lower the rope and draw it up. And when we speak of cause and effect, we are not speaking about a cold universe waiting to punish us. We are not speaking about some invisible judge keeping a list of mistakes, ready to strike when the time is right. Karma is often misunderstood this way, as if it were revenge wearing spiritual clothing, as if every pain in life were a sentence handed down by a hidden court. But karma is much more intimate than that. Karma is the movement of life through intention, action, habit, and result. It is the way a thought, when repeated, becomes a tendency. It is the way a tendency, when fed, becomes a character. It is the way character, when lived out, becomes a destiny. Not because someone outside of us commands it, but because this is how the mind, the heart, and the world unfold. If you plant a mango seed, you do not harvest rice. If you light a fire, you cannot complain that it produces heat. If you pour salt into water, you cannot demand sweetness from it. These are not punishments, they are natural consequences. In the same way, if a person plants anger every day, speaks with anger, thinks with anger, responds to life with anger, then sooner or later, that person lives in a field of thorns. The face becomes tense, the voice becomes sharp, relationships become fragile, peace feels far away, and then that person may kneel before the Buddha and say, "Please give me peace." But how can peace grow where anger is watered every morning? The Buddha can show the person the anger. The Buddha can explain the suffering it causes. The Buddha can offer a path of patience, mindfulness, restraint, compassion, and understanding. But the Buddha does not reach into the heart and remove anger like pulling a weed from someone else's garden, while the owner continues planting more seeds behind him. This is the point so many people miss. They want the Buddha to give the fruit, but they do not want to plant the cause. They want calm, but they do not want mindfulness. They want blessings, but they do not want virtue. They want wisdom, but they do not want humility. They want freedom from suffering, but they do not want to look honestly at craving, pride, jealousy, resentment, and fear. They want the fragrance of the lotus, while still throwing mud at the water. And when life does not change, they say, "Why did the Buddha not help me?" But the Buddha did help. He showed the law, he lit the lamp, he pointed to the door. He told us where suffering begins and where suffering ends. He gave the medicine, but no physician, however wise, can heal a patient who admires the prescription, frames it beautifully, bows to it every morning, and never takes it. This is why cause and effect cannot be bribed. It cannot be bribed by flattery. It cannot be bribed by fear. It cannot be bribed by ceremonies performed while the heart remains unchanged. It cannot be bribed by saying beautiful words about compassion while continuing to hurt others. It cannot be bribed by calling the Buddha infinite while refusing to take one honest step toward the path he taught. A person may say, "I believe in the Buddha. I pray to the Buddha. I respect the Buddha." But if that same person lies constantly, manipulates others, speaks with cruelty, and uses faith as decoration for ego, then what kind of result should appear? If someone lies again and again, can they harvest trust? If someone betrays confidence again and again, can they expect closeness? If someone builds their life on deception, can they complain that no one believes them? Trust is not given by prayer alone. Trust is grown by truthfulness. Contentment is not given by worship alone. Contentment is grown by letting go. Peace is not given by incense alone. Peace is grown by training the mind. Wisdom is not given by admiration alone. Wisdom is grown by humility, listening, reflection, and practice. This does not mean prayer has no value. It does not mean devotion has no place. A sincere prayer can soften the heart. A bow made with honesty can humble the ego. A chant can steady the mind. A sacred image can remind us of our highest possibility. But these things are not magic buttons that cancel cause and effect. Their power lies in how they turn us inward, how they awaken conscience, how they inspire us to live differently. If after bowing to the Buddha, we rise with a gentler heart, then the bow has become a cause of liberation. If after chanting we speak more carefully, then the chant has entered our life. If after praying we forgive a little more, crave a little less, and act with more responsibility, then prayer has become part of the path. But if we bow and then insult, chant and then deceive, pray and then exploit, ask for blessings and then continue planting suffering, we should not blame the Buddha when bitter fruit appears. The Buddha is not a merchant selling miracles to the loudest believer. The Dharma is not a favor granted to those who flatter heaven. Liberation is not a prize thrown from above. It is the flowering of causes patiently cultivated in the soil of one's own heart. And this is not harshness. This is compassion in its most honest form. Because if suffering had no causes, then we would be helpless. If misery came randomly, without pattern, without relationship to mind and action, then no one could be free. We would only hope, beg, and tremble. But because suffering has causes, suffering can end. Because greed has causes, greed can be weakened. Because anger has causes, anger can be understood. Because delusion has causes, delusion can be penetrated. The law of cause and effect is not a prison when we understand it. It is the doorway out. The Buddha did not come to tell us, "You are doomed by fate." He came to show us, this arises because that arises. When this ceases, that ceases. There is dignity in this teaching. There is power in it. There is responsibility, yes, but also hope. If you have been planting bitterness, you can begin planting kindness. If you have been feeding distraction, you can begin feeding mindfulness. If you have been living in greed, you can begin practicing generosity. If you have been strengthening pride, you can begin bowing to truth. The past has momentum, but it is not a permanent master. Habits are strong, but they are not the self. Karma is deep, but it is not an unbreakable chain when wisdom begins to cut through ignorance. Every moment of awareness is a new seed. Every restraint from harmful speech is a new seed. Every act of compassion, even small, is a new seed. Every time we pause before anger becomes action, we are changing the field. This is why the Buddha's compassion appears not as forced rescue but as guidance. He warns because actions have results. He teaches because ignorance can be ended. He gives examples because the path can be walked. He lives the truth because living beings need to see that awakening is possible. But he does not walk the path for us. A teacher can show a student how to read, but cannot understand the words for the student. A farmer can explain the seasons, the soil, the water, the sunlight, but cannot make a harvest appear in a field that was never planted. A boatman can point to the boat, prepare the oar, warn of the current, and call from the shore, but the one who wants to cross must step in. The Buddha's compassion is like rain falling upon the earth. But if a seed is sealed in stone, it cannot sprout. If the ground is covered with poison, growth becomes twisted. If the farmer refuses to clear the field, refuses to open the soil, refuses to plant, refuses to care, can he accuse the rain of lacking kindness? The rain was there, the sun was there, the teaching was there, but the conditions were not received. This is what it means to be without affinity, without readiness, without the willingness to turn toward the path. It does not mean the Buddha hates such a person. It does not mean compassion abandons them. It means the connection cannot ripen because the necessary causes are missing. A closed fist cannot receive water. A turned away face cannot see the sunrise. A mind that clings to poison while begging for medicine is trapped, not because medicine is absent, but because it refuses to release what destroys it. And sometimes, this refusal hides beneath religious language. People say, the Buddha is boundless, so he will do everything. But if that belief makes them lazy, careless, and irresponsible, then it is not faith, it is spiritual avoidance. They say, the Buddha is compassionate, so he will forgive anything. But if that thought allows them to keep harming others without remorse, then it is not devotion. It is manipulation, they say. The Buddha has infinite power, so my actions do not matter. But that is not praise. That is a deep misunderstanding of the Dharma. To praise the Buddha truly is to trust the path he revealed. And the path begins with cause and effect. Not with fantasy, not with entitlement, not with the demand that the universe change while we remain exactly the same. The path begins when we become honest enough to ask, what am I planting? What am I watering? What am I protecting in myself? What am I repeating every day and then pretending not to see? This question is not comfortable, but it is liberating, because many people spend years praying for a different life while preserving the same mind that creates suffering. They pray for peace, but rehearse resentment. They pray for love, but speak with contempt. They pray for abundance, but live in envy. They pray for wisdom, but cannot bear correction. They pray for liberation, but keep decorating the prison. And the Dharma, with great gentleness and great firmness, says, look here, look at the cause. Do not merely ask what suffering has come to you. Ask what causes are being renewed through you. Do not only ask why you are not peaceful. Ask what you do with your mind from morning until night. Do not only ask why relationships break. Ask how you speak, how you listen, how you react when pride is touched. Do not only ask why the heart feels empty. Ask what it has been chasing, what it has been clinging to, what it has refused to release. This kind of looking is already practice. It is the beginning of sincerity, and sincerity is precious. A sincere person does not need to be perfect. A sincere person may still be full of old habits, old wounds, old confusion. But there is one difference. They stop lying to themselves. They stop using the Buddha as an excuse. They stop treating compassion as permission to remain asleep. They begin, little by little, to take responsibility for the seeds in their own heart. When anger arises, they may still feel it, but they begin to see it. When greed pulls, they may still struggle, but they begin to question it. When pride speaks, they may still fall, but they begin to recognize the sound. This is how the path opens, not through sudden magic imposed from outside, but through causes created again and again, patiently, humbly, honestly. A moment of moth becomes another moment. A restrained word becomes a kinder habit. A generous act becomes a softer heart. A confession becomes humility. Humility becomes learning. Learning becomes wisdom. And wisdom changes everything. The Buddha does not need us to flatter him by imagining that he cancels the universe for our convenience. He does not need us to praise him with ideas that destroy the very Dharma he taught. The Buddha's greatness is not that he breaks cause and effect. His greatness is that he fully understands it, fully transcends bondage to it, and compassionately teaches beings how to stop creating the causes of suffering. This is why the statement must be said clearly. Buddha wisdom is boundless. Buddha power is profound. Buddha compassion is immeasurable. But even the Buddha does not harvest rice from a field where no rice was planted. Even the Buddha does not create trust from a life of lies without repentance. Even the Buddha does not give peace to a mind that insists on feeding hatred. Even the Buddha does not force awakening into a heart that keeps choosing sleep. He can call, he can guide, he can shine. He can wait with compassion beyond what ordinary people can understand. But the turning must happen within the being. The seed must open from inside. Hand must release the poison. The foot must step onto the path. And this is not a small teaching. It is the foundation of spiritual maturity. Because the immature mind wants rescue without transformation. The mature heart asks for the strength to transform. The immature mind says, "Save me from the consequences." The mature heart says, "Help me understand the causes." The immature mind says, "Make my life peaceful." The mature heart says, "Teach me how to stop creating war inside myself." When we understand this, we no longer see karma as something frightening. We see it as a mirror. Sometimes the mirror is painful, yes. Sometimes it shows us what we did not want to see. But a mirror is not cruel because it reflects the face. It is useful because without it, we would continue in blindness. Cause and effect is that mirror. It tells us nothing disappears. Every intention matters. Every action leaves a trace. Every habit shapes the road ahead. But it also tells us nothing wholesome is wasted. No sincere effort is lost. No moment of kindness is meaningless. No honest repentance is empty. No breath of mindfulness vanishes without influence. This is the mercy hidden inside the law. We are not asked to become awakened in one breath. We are asked to begin planting different seeds. We are asked to stop demanding fruit from causes we never created. We are asked to stop accusing the Buddha of not saving us while we keep walking away from the very path that saves. So when someone says, "If the Buddha is truly compassionate, why does he not simply deliver everyone?" We must answer from the depth of Dharma, not from fantasy, because deliverance is not something placed upon a being like a crown. It is something that ripens when ignorance is weakened, craving is understood, virtue is cultivated, and wisdom is born. The Buddha can reveal the conditions. He can embody the destination. He can speak the truth with perfect compassion. But no one can awaken on behalf of another. And once this becomes clear, a deeper question naturally returns to us. If karma is real, if cause and effect cannot be bribed, if even the Buddha does not cancel the seeds beings insist on planting, then we can finally face the bold question without fear and without confusion. If the Buddha could simply transform everyone by power alone, why was suffering still present during his lifetime? When we ask that question honestly, we begin to see something very important. The Buddha did not appear in a world already purified. He appeared in a world much like ours, beautiful and wounded, tender and violent, filled with longing, filled with confusion. The sun still rose over villages where children cried from hunger. The rain still fell on graves. Mothers still lost sons. Fathers still feared old age. Merchants still cheated. Kings still went to war. Bodies still became sick. Friendships still broke. Desire still burned in the hearts of ordinary people. Jealousy still poisoned families. Pride still blinded the learned. Fear still chased the poor through the night. And in that very same world the Buddha walked. This is not a small detail. This is not something we should pass over quickly. If the mere physical presence of a Buddha could erase the suffering of all beings, then during the 45 years of his teaching, the whole world should have become a pure land. Every creature that saw him should have awakened. Every person who heard his voice should have been freed. Every animal passing near the monastery should have been transformed into a sage. Every cruel person should have become gentle without effort. Every greedy heart should have opened without struggle. Every hell realm should have emptied instantly. But that did not happen. The Buddha was alive, and yet sickness was alive too. The Buddha was alive, and yet death still came. The Buddha was alive, and yet grief still entered homes. The Buddha was alive, and yet people still lied, stole, hated, clung, and suffered. There were still animals wandering in forests and villages. There were still beings caught in lower realms. There were still hungry ghosts tormented by craving. There were still hells, and there were still beings falling into them because of their own destructive causes. This fact does not diminish the Buddha. It protects our understanding of him. Because if we imagine the Buddha as someone who should have waved his hand and removed all consequences, then we are not really honoring his wisdom. We are turning him into a magician of convenience. We are asking him to do something that would violate the very truth he awakened to. The Buddha did not become enlightened by discovering a way to cancel reality. He became enlightened by seeing reality completely. He saw dependent origination. He saw that things arise from causes and conditions. He saw that suffering has causes. He saw that liberation also has causes. He saw that ignorance gives birth to craving. Craving gives birth to clinging. Clinging gives birth to becoming. And from becoming come birth, aging, death, sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair. He saw the chain clearly, and because he saw the chain, break it. But to break a chain, the one who is bound must at least stop polishing the chain. This is where many people misunderstand compassion. They think compassion means removing every difficulty from someone's path, whether that person learns or not, whether that person changes or not, whether that person wants truth or not. But the compassion of the Buddha is deeper than comfort. It does not flatter our laziness. It does not protect our delusions from consequence. It does not say, continue burning your life in greed and hatred, and I will make the fire harmless. No, the Buddha's compassion says, look carefully, this is fire. If you keep holding it, you will be burned. If you are willing to release it, I will show you how that is not coldness. That is the highest mercy. Imagine a doctor standing before a sick person. The doctor is wise. The medicine is real. The diagnosis is accurate. The path of healing is available. But if the patient refuses to drink the medicine, spits it out, laughs at the instructions, and continues consuming the poison that created the illness, can we blame the doctor for the sickness remaining? Would we say the doctor has no compassion? Or would we understand that healing requires more than the doctor's knowledge? It requires the patient's willingness. In the same way, the Buddha healed countless beings. This must be said clearly. He did not stand in the world helplessly. His presence was not meaningless. His words were not weak. Wherever there was even a little readiness, his compassion entered like rain into open soil. A murderer like Angulimala could become a monk because in one trembling moment, his pride cracked and he was able to stop. A grieving mother like Kisagotami could move from madness to wisdom because her sorrow became a doorway instead of a wall. Kings, merchants, courtesans, farmers, monks, nuns, outcasts, scholars, and simple villagers all received benefit from him when some inner condition was ready to meet the Dharma. Sometimes that readiness was faith. Sometimes it was humility. Sometimes it was exhaustion from suffering. Sometimes it was the courage to ask a sincere question. Sometimes it was a single moment of shame after a life of wrongdoing. Sometimes it was the memory of virtue planted long ago. Sometimes it was karmic affinity ripening after many lifetimes. The Buddha did not need people to be perfect before he helped them. He helped the broken, the confused, the grieving, the sinful, the proud, the frightened. But there had to be some opening. There had to be some place where the light could enter. Even a tiny crack in the wall of ego was enough. Even one honest question was enough. Even one tear of remorse was enough. Even one bull made sincerely could become the beginning of a path. But where there is no opening at all, where a being clings completely to arrogance, violence, hatred, or denial, the Buddha does not force awakening into them like a weapon, because forced awakening is not awakening. If a person is dragged to a temple but still hates the truth, what has changed? If a person repeats sacred words but does not soften the heart, what has been purified? If a person bows with the body while the mind remains full of contempt, who has been deceived? Not the Buddha. Only the person deceives himself. The Dharma is not a costume we wear. It is not a sound we imitate. It is not a blessing that can be poured into a closed vessel without the vessel ever turning upright. And this is why the continued existence of suffering during the Buddha's lifetime is so meaningful. It shows us that even the greatest compassion does not erase the moral freedom of beings. It shows us that even infinite wisdom does not make cause and effect meaningless. It shows us that liberation is not domination. The Buddha does not conquer beings into enlightenment. He invites them. He teaches them. He awakens what can be awakened. He waits with patience beyond measure. But he does not violate the structure of karma just to satisfy our fantasy of instant salvation. If power alone could transform beings, then think about the world around the Buddha. There were dogs near the villages. There were pigs, goats, chickens, oxen, horses, deer in the forests, birds in the sky, fish in the rivers. If the Buddha's compassion worked by command alone, why not instantly turn them all into celestial beings? Why not make every animal a sage? Why not lift every insect into a heavenly realm? Why not transform every cruel man into an arahant before he could harm anyone? Why not empty every prison, every battlefield, every cremation ground, every hell? Because beings are not clay figures to be reshaped by another's will. Each being carries a stream of consciousness shaped by causes, choices, habits, intentions, and karmic seeds. Some seeds are near ripening. Some are buried deep. Some are wholesome. Some are painful. Some minds can hear one sentence and awaken. Some can live beside a saint for years and remain unchanged. This is not because the saint lacks compassion. It is because hearing is not merely the meeting of sound and ear. True hearing requires inner readiness. Many people saw the Buddha. Not all became enlightened. Some respected him. Some doubted him. Some opposed him. Some misunderstood him. Some even tried to harm him. During his life, there were monks who failed in discipline. There were people who listened and walked away. There were relatives who did not fully understand him. There were powerful figures who admired him, yet remained entangled in worldly concerns. And there were enemies whose hearts were too clouded to receive his kindness. If the Buddha could simply override the mind of another, none of this would make sense. But he did not come to override the mind. He came to illuminate it. This distinction is everything. To override a being is to treat that being as an object. To illuminate a being is to respect the possibility of awakening within them. The Buddha's path is not spiritual violence. It is not divine coercion. It is not a hand forcing the flower open before its time. It is sunlight. It is rain. It is fertile teaching. It is the patient presence that allows what is ready to bloom and continues to shine even on what remains closed. And here we must be honest with ourselves. Sometimes we want a Buddha who will save us without changing us. We want blessings without discipline. We want peace without letting go of anger. We want freedom without releasing craving. We want wisdom without giving up the pleasure of being right. We want the fruit without planting the seed. We want the harvest without touching the soil. Then, when suffering comes, we ask, why did the Buddha not help me? But perhaps the deeper question is, when help came, did I recognize it? When the teaching appeared, did I listen? When life showed me the consequence of my habits, did I learn or did I blame? When someone pointed out my anger, did I reflect or did I defend myself? When impermanence touched my life, did I awaken a little? Or did I cling even harder? When compassion called me to change, did I step forward or did I ask to be carried? The Buddha's help is not always the removal of pain. Sometimes his help is the wisdom that shows us why pain keeps returning. Sometimes his blessing is not a miracle that changes the world outside, but a mirror that reveals the world inside. Sometimes the door is already open, but we keep sitting in the locked room of our own views, insisting that no one has come to rescue us. This is why saying, the Buddha is infinite, so he can save everyone whether they want it or not, may sound like praise, but actually it misunderstands him deeply. It praises power while ignoring wisdom. It praises force while ignoring truth. It praises fantasy while ignoring the Dharma. The Buddha's greatness is not that he can make karma unreal. His greatness is that he shows beings how to become free from the causes of suffering. His greatness is not that he drags the unwilling into awakening. His greatness is that he never abandons beings, even when they wander for countless lives. And whenever the smallest condition ripens, he responds. Infinite compassion does not mean infinite interference. Infinite wisdom does not mean destroying cause and effect. Infinite power does not mean making beings into puppets. The Buddha's mind is vast beyond our measuring. His compassion is not limited like ours. His patience is not exhausted like ours. His insight is not clouded like ours. But even a Buddha does not turn delusion into enlightenment without the participation of the deluded being. Even a Buddha does not make hatred harmless while the hater continues to nourish it. Even a Buddha does not transform arrogance into humility if the person loves arrogance more than truth. And strangely, this should give us hope, because if awakening could be forced, then our own effort would mean nothing. Our sincerity would mean nothing. Our choices would mean nothing. But because the path depends on causes and conditions, every wholesome intention matters. Every moment of mindfulness matters. Every act of restraint matters. Every confession, every bow, every breath of patience, every time we choose not to feed anger, every time we listen instead of defending our pride, we are creating conditions. We are becoming someone who can be helped. We are opening the vessel. We are allowing the rain to enter. The fact that suffering existed when the Buddha was alive is not proof that the Buddha lacked power. It is proof that the Dharma is real. It is proof that karma is not a decoration in Buddhist teaching, but a living law. It is proof that liberation is not a gift forced into sleeping hands, but a path awakened through contact between compassion and readiness. The Buddha walked among suffering beings, and wherever there was affinity, transformation happened, not always loudly, not always dramatically. Sometimes a person simply became kinder. Sometimes a grieving heart learned to breathe again. Sometimes a violent man dropped his weapon. Sometimes a proud mind bowed. Sometimes a confused listener understood impermanence for the first time. Sometimes the seed did not bloom in that life, but it was planted, and one day, under other skies, it would break open. This is the mystery of Dharma work. Nothing sincere is wasted, but nothing can be forced into ripening before its conditions gather. So when we look back and ask, why was there still suffering when the Buddha was alive? The answer is not that his compassion was incomplete. The answer is that beings were still bound by their own causes. Some were ready to turn, some were not. Some heard the Dharma as liberation. Some heard it as noise. Some saw the Buddha and recognized a teacher. Some saw him and felt nothing. The same sun shines on all fields, but only the field with seeds, soil, and moisture can sprout. And this brings us closer to the heart of the teaching. Because the issue is not whether the Buddha is compassionate. The issue is not whether the Buddha is wise. The issue is not whether the Buddha has immeasurable spiritual power. The issue is whether a being has the conditions to receive, trust, practice, and awaken. Buddha wisdom is boundless. Buddha power is immeasurable. Buddha compassion is vast beyond words. But even so, the Buddha cannot liberate one who has no affinity, no opening, no willingness, no seed ready to respond. And so, before we go further, we must understand this phrase with great care. What does it truly mean to be a person without affinity? To be without affinity does not mean the Buddha turns away from someone. This point must be held gently, because if we misunderstand it, the teaching can become cold, harsh, even cruel. We may begin to imagine that the Buddha looks at certain beings and says, "You are not worthy, you are not chosen, you are too far gone." But that is not the heart of the Dharma. The Buddha does not hate. The Buddha does not abandon. The Buddha does not divide living beings into those he loves and those he despises. A Buddha's compassion is not like ordinary human affection, which rises when pleased and disappears when disappointed. The Buddha's compassion is like space, open, vast, not clinging, not rejecting. So when we say someone is without affinity, we are not talking about punishment. We are not saying that the Buddha refuses to help. We are not saying that the door of liberation is locked from the outside. We are saying something more subtle and perhaps more painful. The door may be open, but the person does not want to enter. The medicine may be placed in the hand, but the person will not take it. The lamp may be lit in the dark room, but the person covers their eyes and curses the light. To be without affinity is not to be outside the Buddha's compassion. It is to be inwardly closed to the conditions that would allow that compassion to transform one's life. There are people who hear the Dharma and feel something soften inside. Maybe they do not understand everything. Maybe they still have many doubts. Maybe their habits are still strong, their anger still quick, their desires still loud. But somewhere deep within, there is a small honest response. They hear a teaching about impermanence, and they become quiet. They hear a teaching about karma, and they begin to examine their actions. They hear a teaching about compassion, and they remember someone they hurt. That small movement, that little trembling of conscience, that pause before repeating an old mistake, is affinity. And then there are people who hear the same teaching and immediately mock it, not because they have sincerely examined it and found it lacking, but because the teaching touches the very place they do not want to look at. They hear about karma and laugh, because they do not want to be responsible for the harm they cause. They hear about humility and feel insulted, because their pride needs to be protected at all costs. They hear about letting go and become irritated, because their whole identity is built around grasping. To them, the Dharma does not sound like liberation. It sounds like an accusation. This is one sign of being without affinity. When truth is heard not as guidance, but as an enemy. A person without affinity may meet a good teacher, but instead of listening, they search for flaws. They may receive sincere advice, but they twist it into an attack. They may be shown kindness, but they exploit it. They may be forgiven, but they take forgiveness as permission to continue harming. They may suffer again and again, but instead of asking, "What is this suffering teaching me?" they only ask, "Who can I blame?" And this is important. Suffering alone does not create wisdom. Many people suffer but not all become wise. Some suffer and become more compassionate because they allow pain to open the heart. Others suffer and become more bitter because they use pain to justify hatred. The same fire can cook food or burn down a house. It depends on how it is held. It depends on what conditions are present in the heart. A person with affinity when suffering comes may first cry, may first resist, may first feel lost. That is human. But eventually, something in them asks, what must I understand? What must I change? What attachment is breaking me? What ignorance is being exposed? They may not become saints overnight, but their suffering becomes a doorway. A person without affinity may suffer deeply, but the suffering only hardens them. They say, because I am in pain, I have the right to hurt others because life was unfair to me. I have the right to be cruel because I was betrayed. I will betray. Because I was abandoned, I will abandon. In that state, even pain cannot teach them. Even loss cannot awaken them. Even tears cannot cleanse them, because the heart refuses to bow before truth. This is why affinity is not merely external. Someone may live next to a temple for 30 years and still have no affinity with the Dharma. Someone may light incense every morning and still never examine their greed. Someone may bow before a statue of the Buddha, but rise from the bow with the same arrogance, the same resentment, the same desire to control everyone around them. Someone may know chants by memory, may own shelves of scriptures, may attend ceremonies, may speak beautifully about compassion. And yet when the moment comes to forgive, to be honest, to restrain harmful speech, to admit wrongdoing, they turn away. External contact is precious, but it is not enough to meet monks, to visit temples, to hear sutras, to chant, to offer flowers, to make prostrations. All of these can become noble conditions. They can water the seeds of awakening. They can soften the mind and remind the heart of what is sacred. But if there is no sincerity, if there is no humility, if there is no willingness to be changed, then even holy things become decoration around an unchanged ego. Affinity is inner responsiveness. It is the capacity to recognize truth when it appears, even if that truth is uncomfortable. It is the ability to feel shame without collapsing into self-hatred. It is the willingness to listen before defending. It is the small honesty that says, maybe I am wrong. Maybe I have caused suffering. Maybe there is another way to live. Affinity is not perfection. It is not having a pure mind from the beginning. It is not being calm all the time or understanding every doctrine. Affinity begins with a crack in the wall of self-deception. Sometimes that crack is very small, but a small crack is enough for light to enter. Imagine two people sitting in the same room, hearing the same teaching. The teacher says, anger burns the one who carries it before it burns anyone else. One person lowers their eyes. They remember the words they shouted at their child. They remember the silence after the argument. They feel sorrow, not the kind that destroys, but the kind that awakens responsibility. They think, I need to practice. I cannot continue like this. That person has affinity. The other person hears the same words and becomes defensive. Why are you talking about anger? Everyone gets angry. People deserve my anger. If others did not provoke me, I would not be this way. Their body is in the room, but their mind is hiding behind walls. The teaching has reached their ears, but not their heart. That does not mean the Buddha hates them. It means the conditions are not yet ready. Or imagine two people receiving kindness. One person is moved, they think, someone helped me when they did not have to, I should become kinder too. Gratitude becomes a seed of practice. The other person receives kindness and thinks, good, I can use this person again. Kindness does not awaken them. It becomes something to exploit. The difference is not in the kindness. The difference is in the heart that receives it. Or imagine two people facing the consequences of their own actions. One loses trust because they lied. They feel the pain of that loss and understand. This is karma ripening. If I want trust, I must become trustworthy. Another loses trust because they lied and says, "People are so unforgiving. They are the problem." One turns consequence into wisdom. The other turns consequence into resentment. This is the mystery of readiness. The Dharma does not force itself into the heart. It invites, it illuminates, it points, it waits, but it does not violate. A Buddha does not liberate by overpowering the mind of a being. A Buddha does not erase karma like wiping chalk from a board simply because someone cries for comfort but refuses transformation. Liberation is not something thrown over the shoulders of an unwilling person. It is not a robe placed on someone while they are running in the opposite direction. Liberation requires participation. It requires turning. It requires seeing. That is why the phrase "without affinity" is serious. It is not an insult. It is a diagnosis of distance. It describes the state of a being's karmic habits. Pride, delusion, fear, and resistance are so strong that even when the path appears, they do not recognize it as a path. Even when help comes, they experience it as interference. Even when compassion reaches out, they suspect it, abuse it, or ignore it. And yet, we must not use this teaching to condemn others. This is very easy to do. We hear the phrase "without affinity," and immediately we think of someone else, a stubborn relative, a difficult friend, a person who mocked our practice, someone who hurt us and never apologized. We may be tempted to say, "That person has no affinity. That person cannot be taught." But if we use this teaching to feed our judgment, we ourselves are already drifting away from the Dharma. The wiser use of this teaching is to turn inward and ask, where am I without affinity? Where do I resist truth? Where do I hear advice as an attack? Where do I exploit kindness? Where do I repeat suffering without learning? Because most of us are not completely with affinity or completely without affinity. We are mixed. In one area of life, we may be open and sincere. In another area, we may be defensive and blind. We may accept teachings about generosity, but resist teachings about pride. We may love the idea of compassion, but resist forgiving one person. We may believe in karma, but still make excuses for our speech, our jealousy, our dishonesty, our laziness. So the teaching is not a weapon, it is a mirror. And in that mirror, we should look carefully, but not hopelessly. Because being without affinity is not necessarily permanent. Conditions change. Seeds buried for a long time can still sprout when rain finally comes. A person who mocks the Dharma today may one day be humbled by life. A person who rejects advice now may later remember a single sentence spoken with compassion. A person who exploits kindness may, after much suffering, finally feel shame and gratitude. A person who refuses to learn from pain may one day become exhausted by their own cycles and whisper, "There must be another way." Affinity can be cultivated. It is cultivated through humility, that simple and powerful willingness to not always be right. It is cultivated when a person stops worshipping their own opinions and becomes willing to listen. Humility does not mean thinking, "I am worthless." It means recognizing, "My view is limited, my habits can deceive me, my emotions are not always truth, I still have something to learn." This kind of humility is fertile soil. Without it, even the finest teaching lands on stone. Affinity is also cultivated through suffering honestly understood, not suffering merely endured, not suffering dramatized, not suffering used as proof that the world is evil, but suffering contemplated. When we suffer and ask deeply, what is attachment? What is expectation? What is karma? What is impermanent here? What am I being shown? Then pain becomes a teacher. Not a gentle teacher perhaps, but a powerful one. Many people first approach the Dharma not because life is easy, but because life has finally revealed the limits of pride. Good companionship also cultivates affinity. To be near people who practice sincerely is no small blessing. A calm person can teach us without preaching. A patient person can expose our impatience without humiliating us. A truthful person can make our excuses feel heavy. A compassionate person can remind us of the heart we have neglected. This is why spiritual friendship is praised so deeply. Sometimes we cannot yet love the Dharma directly, but we can love someone whose life has been changed by it. And through them, slowly, we begin to trust the path. Small acts of sincere practice cultivate affinity too. Not grand declarations, not dramatic promises. Small acts, holding back one cruel sentence, apologizing one time without adding excuses, sitting quietly for a few breaths before reacting, giving something without wanting praise. Bowing not to impress anyone, but to soften the heart. Reading one verse and carrying it into the day, these small acts matter. They may look insignificant from the outside, but inside the mind, they begin to change the direction of karma. No one becomes ready all at once. Readiness is woven from countless moments. So if we meet someone who seems completely closed, we do not need to hate them. We do not need to chase them either. This is another difficult balance. Compassion does not mean forcing the Dharma into someone who despises it. Wisdom does not mean exhausting ourselves, trying to rescue a person who clings to the very fire, burning them. Sometimes the most compassionate thing is to plant a seed and step back, speak one honest word, offer one kind gesture, set one clear boundary, and allow karma to continue teaching what our words cannot. Even the Buddha did not run after every being with desperation. He taught those who were ready to listen. He waited for the right time. He knew when silence was more beneficial than speech. He knew that truth offered at the wrong moment can be rejected, and truth offered to a hostile mind can become another cause for slander. This is not lack of compassion. This is compassion guided by wisdom. To understand without affinity is to understand that liberation is relational. The Buddha offers the path, but the being must walk. The Buddha points to the moon, but the being must look up. The Buddha gives medicine, but the patient must swallow. The Buddha opens the gate, but the traveler must take a step, and that step may be small. It may be as small as admitting, I am suffering. It may be as small as asking, is there another way? It may be as small as feeling remorse for one harmful action. But, in the vast journey of awakening, such a step is not small at all. It is the beginning of affinity. It is the first softening of the heart. It is the moment when the sealed door is no longer completely sealed. So when we say the Buddha cannot liberate one without affinity, we are not closing the universe. We are describing the law of conditions. Rain can fall, but the seed must be alive. Sunlight can shine, but the eyes must open. Compassion can surround a being, but somewhere within that being, even the faintest willingness must arise. And if that willingness has not arisen yet, the Buddha's compassion remains. It does not disappear. It waits without hatred. It shines without exhaustion. It continues to create conditions, moment after moment. But until the heart responds, until pride bends, until denial cracks, until sincerity appears, the teaching cannot become liberation. This is why the matter is both sobering and hopeful. Sobering because no one can practice for us. Not our parents, not our teachers, not monks, not temples, not even the Buddha. Hopeful because the smallest honest turning already matters. The person who has spent years resisting can still begin. The heart that has been dry for a long time can still receive rain. The mind that once mocked the path can one day bow before truth, not out of fear, but out of recognition. To have affinity is to be reachable by truth. To be without affinity is to stand before truth and refuse to be reached. But even refusal is not always the final chapter. Sometimes it is only the long, painful road before humility is born. Sometimes the person who resists most fiercely is protecting a wound they do not yet know how to face. Sometimes the anger toward the Dharma is really fear of being exposed. Sometimes mockery is a shield against the unbearable possibility that one's life has been guided by delusion. Still, compassion must not become naivety. A closed heart can cause great harm. A person who rejects wisdom may drag others into confusion. Someone without affinity may not simply ignore the path. They may ridicule it, sabotage it, or exploit those who practice it. Therefore, we remain kind, but we also remain clear. We do not condemn, but we do not pretend. We wish them awakening, but we do not hand them the power to destroy our own practice. This is the middle way of understanding. No hatred, no illusion. A being without affinity is not an enemy of the Buddha. They are a being not yet able to receive what the Buddha gives. And perhaps, if we can see this clearly, our own heart will become less angry and more steady. We will stop demanding that everyone understand at the same time. We will stop measuring compassion by whether people change immediately. We will learn to plant seeds without needing to dig them up every day to see if they have sprouted. And most of all, we will protect our own affinity, because to be moved by the Dharma is precious. To still feel shame when we do wrong is precious. To still feel gratitude when kindness comes is precious. To still be able to pause, reflect, apologize, begin again, that is not a small thing. That is the living seed. That is the inner bridge between suffering and liberation. So if, when hearing these words, something in you becomes quiet, do not ignore that quietness. If something in you feels exposed, do not rush to defend. If something in you remembers your own stubbornness, your own repeated mistakes, your own resistance to truth, do not turn away. That recognition may be uncomfortable, but it is also a blessing. It means the Dharma has found a place to land, and from that place, affinity can grow. But why do some hearts resist so strongly, even when the teaching is clear and compassionate? Because the barrier is not always outside the teaching. Sometimes the barrier is inside the one who hears it. A person may sit before the Buddha, listen to words of liberation, and still remain untouched, not because the words lack power, but because the heart has already built a wall, and this wall is not of stone. It is made of pride, fear, and attachment. It is made of the quiet sentences we repeat to ourselves. I am already right. I do not need to change. I cannot let go. I have suffered too much. I deserve to hold on. This is why a person can want blessings, but not transformation. They can want peace, but not honesty. They can want the Buddha's protection, but not the Buddha's mirror. And the Dharma is a mirror before it is a comfort. It does not simply place flowers in our hands and tell us we are innocent. It gently, but firmly, shows us where we are still creating suffering. It shows us how we cling, how we defend, how we repeat the same patterns and call them fate. It shows us how we ask to be freed while still holding the key and refusing to open the door. One of the deepest obstacles is pride. Pride is not always loud. It does not always speak with arrogance or raise its voice. Sometimes pride looks very calm. Sometimes it wears the face of dignity. Sometimes it even hides behind spiritual language. A proud person may bow before a statue of the Buddha, may light incense, may ask for fortune, safety, success, and health. But when the teaching touches the place where they are wrong, suddenly the heart becomes hard. They can accept a blessing, but not correction. They can accept praise, but not responsibility. They can say, "May the Buddha help me," but they have caused harm. I have been foolish. I have been blind. I need to change. And without that humility, the path cannot truly begin. Because the first opening of wisdom is not knowing many scriptures. It is not speaking beautifully about compassion. It is the ability to recognize, even softly, I may be mistaken, that one sentence can save a life, that one sentence can open a gate that pride has kept closed for many years. But for some people, admitting wrong feels like death. It feels as if the whole self will collapse. They have spent so long protecting an image of themselves that the truth feels like an enemy. If someone points out their anger, they feel attacked. If someone points out their selfishness, they feel insulted. If someone points out their ignorance, they feel humiliated. They do not hear guidance, they hear danger. So even when compassion comes, they fight it. Even when wisdom speaks, they argue. Even when life itself brings repeated lessons, they explain everything away. This is the strange tragedy of pride. It makes a person thirsty, but too proud to receive water, and the Buddha cannot force water into a mouth that refuses to open. Then there is fear. Many people think they reject the Dharma because they disagree with it, but deep inside, they are afraid of what will happen if they truly understand it. They are afraid that if they let the teaching enter, they will no longer be able to live the same way. They are afraid that the pleasures they depend on will lose their sweetness. They are afraid that their excuses will lose their power. They are afraid that the stories they have used to justify their suffering will begin to fall apart. Transformation sounds beautiful from a distance, but up close, transformation asks for something. It asks us to loosen our grip. It asks us to stop pretending. It asks us to look at the habits we have called personality, the cravings we have called happiness, the wounds we have called identity. And this is not easy. A person may say they want freedom, but what they really want is a more comfortable prison. They want their suffering to hurt less, but they do not want to examine the chains. They want to be healed, but they are frightened of who they would be without the pain they have carried for so long. Because pain, when held for many years, can become familiar. Anger can become familiar. Jealousy can become familiar. Even despair can become familiar. And the familiar, even when painful, can feel safer than the unknown. So when the Buddha teaches impermanence, some hearts tremble, because if all things are impermanent, then the things we cling to cannot guarantee us safety. The relationship we worship, the body we decorate, the status we chase, the praise we hunger for, the control we protect, all of it is moving. All of it is changing. None of it can be held forever. And when the Buddha teaches non-self, the unprepared mind may feel threatened because it has spent a lifetime defending me and mine, my opinion, my victory, my suffering, my reputation, my story, my enemy, my wound. Then the Dharma comes and asks, look closely. Where is this solid self you are protecting? Is it not a stream of thoughts, feelings, memories, conditions and reactions? Is it not changing moment by moment? Why suffer so much to defend something that cannot be fixed in place? To a ready heart, this is liberation. To a closed heart, it feels like an attack. This is why some people become angry when they hear the truth. Not because the truth is cruel, but because it threatens the structure of their illusion. A person who depends on blame will resist a teaching about responsibility. A person who depends on desire will resist a teaching about craving. A person who depends on superiority will resist a teaching about humility. A person who depends on being a victim forever will resist a teaching that says, you can awaken, but you must participate in your own awakening. The Buddha's teaching does not flatter the ego. It does not say, you are always right. It does not say, your anger is holy. It does not say, your cravings will save you. It does not say, your suffering is entirely someone else's fault, and you have nothing to purify. The Dharma is compassionate, but it is not indulgent. It is gentle, but it is not dishonest. It comforts the wounded heart, yes, but it also asks the wounded heart not to turn its wound into a weapon. And this is where many people turn away, because they do not want a path, they want confirmation. They want the sacred to bless their existing habits. They want the Buddha to stand on their side against others, instead of awakening them from the very need to divide the world into my side and their side. They want religion to decorate the ego, not dissolve it. But the Buddha did not come into the world to decorate our ignorance. He came to show the way beyond it. Then there is attachment, perhaps the sweetest chain of all. Attachment is powerful because it does not always feel like bondage. Sometimes it feels like love. Sometimes it feels like justice. Sometimes it feels like ambition. Sometimes it feels like loyalty to one's past. A person can cling to something that burns them and still call it warmth. We cling to anger because it makes us feel strong. When we are angry, we do not have to feel grief. We do not have to feel helplessness. We do not have to feel the tender sadness beneath the wound. Anger gives the ego a sword. It says, "You are powerful. You are right. You do not need to bow. You do not need to understand." And so some people would rather keep their anger than receive peace, because peace may ask them to lay down the sword. Peace may ask them to see the humanity of the one they hate. Peace may ask them to stop feeding the fire that has become their only source of warmth. We cling to desire because it promises comfort. Desire whispers, just a little more, one more pleasure, one more possession, one more recognition, one more person to love you exactly as you imagine, one more victory, and then you will be satisfied. But desire never truly finishes its sentence. It keeps the heart leaning forward, always almost arriving, always almost fulfilled. And when the Buddha says craving is the root of suffering, the attached mind resists, because craving has become its hope. To question craving feels like losing the future. We cling to resentment because it protects the ego. Resentment keeps a record. It says, "Look at what they did. Look at what I endured. Look at why I am allowed to be bitter. Look at why I do not have to change until they apologize, until they suffer, until the world finally admits, I was right, and yes, sometimes great harm has been done." The Dharma does not ask us to deny pain. It does not ask us to pretend that cruelty was kindness. It does not ask us to rush into forgiveness while the wound is still bleeding. But it does ask us to see whether we have built a home inside the wound. It asks whether the memory of harm has become the center of our identity. It asks whether we are still carrying the poison, waiting for someone else to die from it. This is not easy to hear. That is why not everyone can receive it. Some people are not ready to be free from the thing they complain about. They are not ready because that suffering gives them a role, a reason, a shield. If they let it go, they may have to meet the emptiness beneath it. They may have to ask, who am I without this anger? Who am I without this craving? Who am I without this story? And that question can feel terrifying. So they remain where they are, not because the Buddha lacks compassion, but because the heart fears the medicine more than the illness. This is the meaning of being without affinity in a given moment. It is not that the Buddha hates them. It is not that the Dharma excludes them. It is not that compassion has ended. It is that the conditions for receiving are not yet mature. The rain may fall everywhere, but a covered vessel remains dry. The sun may shine everywhere, but a closed room remains dark. A teacher may speak with boundless patience, but a heart committed to defending itself will hear only what it is prepared to hear. And if we are honest, deeply honest, we must admit something uncomfortable. The person without affinity is not always someone else. It is not always the stubborn relative, the arrogant friend, the cruel stranger, the person who mocks the sacred, or the one who refuses every good word. Sometimes it is us. Sometimes we are the closed heart. Not forever, perhaps. But in certain moments, yes, in the moment when we know we should apologize, but choose silence because pride tastes easier. In the moment when we understand that anger is destroying us, but we feed it again because it makes us feel powerful. In the moment when we see clearly that a habit is unwholesome, but we say, just this once, for the 100th time, in the moment when the truth appears and we choose convenience. That is a moment of being without affinity, not because the Dharma has left us, but because we have turned our face away. And this recognition should not make us despair. It should make us tender. It should make us careful, because once we see that the closed heart can also arise within us, we stop looking down on others so quickly. We stop saying, they are hopeless, as if we ourselves have never resisted wisdom. We stop treating spiritual blindness as a flaw that belongs only to other people. Instead, we begin to guard the small openings in our own heart. We begin to treasure the moments when we can still feel remorse. We begin to respect the discomfort that comes when truth touches our illusion. We begin to understand that shame, when not turned into self-hatred, can become a doorway. We begin to see that humility is not weakness. It is the softening that allows the seed to enter the soil. A proud heart cannot learn. A fearful heart cannot trust. An attached heart cannot let go. But a humble heart can begin. A sincere heart can be guided. A heart that says, I do not know everything. I have been wrong before. I want to see clearly. That heart already has affinity. That heart is already turning toward the path. The Buddha's power is immeasurable, but he does not violate the law of the heart. He does not awaken us by force. He does not tear attachment from our hands while we are still worshipping it. He does not drag us into liberation while we are still bargaining with our chains. He offers the way. He reveals the truth. He embodies compassion beyond what we can imagine. But we must become willing to be seen, willing to be corrected, willing to release what poisons us, even if we once called it precious, willing to step beyond the small, defend itself, and enter a wider life. And when we see these barriers clearly, we can understand why compassion alone is not enough if the listener refuses to receive it. And this is where many people misunderstand compassion. They think compassion means taking over another person's life. They think love means removing every consequence, fixing every mistake, carrying every burden, and somehow forcing the other person into peace. But if compassion becomes control, it is no longer pure compassion. It becomes fear wearing the mask of love. It becomes attachment pretending to be kindness. True compassion does not erase responsibility. True compassion does not rob a being of the dignity of choice. True compassion stands near the suffering person with an open hand, not a clenched fist. It says, here is the path. Here is the medicine. Here is the lamp. If you wish to walk, I will walk beside you. If you wish to heal, I will support you. If you wish to see, I will help you open your eyes. But it does not say, I will see for you. I will breathe for you. I will awaken for you. This is the difference between guidance and domination. The Buddha's compassion is not weak. It is not passive. It is not indifferent. It is vast, deeper than the ocean, wider than the sky. But precisely because it is true compassion, it respects the law of cause and effect. It respects the inner condition of each being. It does not treat living beings like puppets to be moved by divine hands. It treats them as beings with karma, with intention, with consciousness, with the capacity to choose, to learn, to fall, to rise, and eventually to awaken. If the Buddha could simply impose enlightenment, then the path would be unnecessary. There would be no need for mindfulness, no need for morality, no need for meditation, no need for wisdom, no need for patience, no need for honest self-examination. The Buddha would only have to look upon the world and command all ignorance to disappear. But that is not how awakening works. Awakening is not something injected into us from outside. It is something that flowers when the right conditions are present within. Think of the sun. The sun does not choose one house and reject another. It shines over the palace and the hut, over the temple and the prison, over the garden and the battlefield. It does not become stingy with its light. It does not say, this person deserves morning, that person deserves darkness. The sunlight is offered freely, constantly, generously. But if a person locks every window, closes every curtain, seals every crack, and sits in the dark room, can that person blame the sun? Can they say the sun has no compassion because my room is dark? No, the sun is shining. The light is available. But the room has been closed. In the same way, the Buddha's compassion shines upon all beings. It is not limited to those who already believe. It is not limited to monks, nuns, scholars, or saints. It reaches toward the angry person, the greedy person, the confused person, the proud person, the grieving person, the one who mocks the Dharma, the one who has lost faith, the one who thinks they need nothing. The light is not absent, but to receive that light, there must be some opening. A little faith, a little humility, a little attention, a little wholesome karma. a little willingness to stop running from the truth. Even a small crack in the wall can let sunlight enter. This is why, in the teachings, conditions matter so deeply. The Buddha can teach, but the listener must listen. The Buddha can point, but the seeker must look. The Buddha can reveal the danger of fire, but the one holding the flame must be willing to stop burning themselves. Without that willingness, even the most compassionate teaching becomes only sound passing through the air. Some people hear wisdom and feel relief. Some hear the same wisdom and feel insulted. Some hear the teaching on impermanence and become gentle. They begin to cherish life more deeply, to forgive more quickly, to cling less tightly. Others hear impermanence and become offended, as if the truth has attacked their plans. Some hear the teaching on karma and become careful. They begin to watch their speech, their actions, their thoughts. Others hear karma and say, "Are you blaming me?" They refuse to see that responsibility is not condemnation. It is power. It is the doorway out. So the teaching is the same, but the receiving heart is not the same. This is why compassion cannot be measured only by how much help is offered. It must also be understood by whether the help can be received. A cup turned upside down cannot be filled, not because the rain is cruel, but because the cup is not in the right position. And here, the truth becomes very personal, because it is one thing to speak about beings in general. It is one thing to say, those without affinity cannot be saved by force. But it is another thing when the person who refuses the path is someone we love. A father, a mother, a husband, a wife, a son, a daughter, a brother, a sister, a close friend. Someone we have watched suffer again and again. Someone who keeps returning to the same destructive habits. Someone who drinks poison and calls it pleasure. Someone who lies, hurts, gambles, cheats, rages, mocks, or lives carelessly, and then collapses under the weight of the results. Someone who has seen consequences many times but still refuses to change. And because we love them, our heart aches. We want to shake them awake. We want to pour wisdom directly into their mind. We want to take away their anger, their addiction, their arrogance, their delusion. We want to protect them from the fruit of their own actions. Sometimes we even become angry at the Dharma because of this pain. We think, if compassion is real, why can't they be saved? If the Buddha is great, why can't he change their heart? If prayer has power, why are they still like this? But quietly, gently, we must return to the truth. Compassion is not control. Even the Buddha does not steal a person's karma from them. Even the Buddha does not live another person's life in their place. Even the Buddha does not awaken on behalf of someone who keeps choosing sleep. This does not mean we stop loving them. It does not mean we become cold. It does not mean we say, that person has no affinity, so I abandon them. No, that would not be the middle way. That would be the reaction of a wounded heart trying to protect itself with hardness. We can still love. We can still pray. We can still dedicate merit. We can still speak wisely when the moment is right. We can still create conditions of goodness around them. We can still refuse to add hatred to their confusion. We can still become an example of peace, so that one day, when their suffering ripens into a question, they may remember there was another way to live. But we must stop believing that love means we can force awakening into them. There is a kind of suffering that comes from compassion mixed with attachment. We see someone walking toward a cliff, and we scream for them to stop, but they think we are insulting them. We reach out our hand, and they slap it away. We explain, and they laugh. We warn, and they accuse us of judging. We cry, and they say, we are dramatic. We pray, and still they continue. At some point, the heart becomes exhausted. And if we are not careful, we begin to drown with the person we are trying to save. This is why wisdom must stand beside compassion. Compassion without wisdom burns itself out. Wisdom without compassion becomes dry and distant. But when the two are together, we learn how to love without becoming possessed by fear. We learn how to help without needing to control the result. We learn how to offer the lamp without hating the person who refuses to open their eyes. The Buddha did not teach us to become rescuers, trapped in another person's karma. He taught us to become skillful, patient, steady, and clear. Sometimes the most compassionate thing is to speak. Sometimes the most compassionate thing is to remain silent. Sometimes the most compassionate thing is to stay near. Sometimes the most compassionate thing is to step back so that the other person can finally meet the consequence they have been avoiding. This is very hard for a loving heart to accept. Because when we love someone, we do not want them to suffer. But if a person refuses every gentle lesson, life may have to teach them through a harder one. And even then, we should not rejoice in their pain. We should not say, "See, I told you." That is not compassion. That is ego taking revenge. Instead, we hold a quiet prayer. May this suffering become a doorway. May this consequence become wisdom. May this fall become the beginning of humility. May they one day turn toward the path. This is how we love without becoming the owner of another person's awakening. The Buddha's method was always invitation. He did not conquer minds. He did not demand blind obedience. He did not use fear to force devotion. He taught, he questioned, he listened, he corrected, he encouraged. He met people according to their capacity. To some, he gave profound teachings. To others, simple moral guidance. To some, silence. To others, a sharp word that cut through pride. But always, the purpose was liberation, not domination. He did not need people to worship him in order for his truth to be true. This is something very beautiful. The Buddha's compassion does not depend on our praise. His wisdom does not become greater when we believe it, and it does not become smaller when we reject it. The Dharma is like medicine. If a sick person takes it properly, healing can begin. If they throw it away and curse the doctor, the medicine has not failed. The doctor has not failed. The condition for healing has not yet been accepted, and perhaps, one day, after much wandering, after enough disappointment, after enough exhaustion from their own patterns, that person may remember the medicine. They may return, they may ask, they may soften. Many people do not enter the path because someone defeated them in debate. They enter because life humbles them. They enter because suffering finally breaks their arrogance open. They enter because they meet someone whose peace cannot be explained by ordinary success. They enter because one day, the room becomes too dark, and they begin searching for the window. So do not underestimate the quiet power of living the path yourself. If your loved ones reject your words, let them see your patience. If they mock your practice, let them see your kindness. If they dismiss your faith, let them see your steadiness when life becomes difficult. If they continue harmful habits, do not join them. Do not bless the harm. Do not pretend it is harmless. But also do not let hatred grow in your heart. Hatred cannot guide anyone toward the light. Sometimes our transformation becomes the first teaching others can receive. Not a lecture, not an argument, not a sermon. Just the fragrance of a life slowly becoming less angry, greedy, less reactive, less afraid. A flower does not chase people down the road shouting, "Smell my fragrance," it simply blooms. Those with the condition to notice will notice. In the same way we practice, we cultivate. We purify our own mind. We dedicate goodness to all beings, including those who refuse us, including those who misunderstand us, including those who are not yet ready. This is not giving up. This is respecting reality. To respect reality is not to love less. It is to love more cleanly. Because when we stop trying to control others, our compassion becomes less desperate. It becomes less heavy. It becomes more spacious. We can care without clinging. We can help without demanding gratitude. We can guide without needing immediate results. We can accept that every being has a long journey, shaped by causes we may not fully see. Some seeds sprout quickly. Some remain underground through many seasons. Some need rain. Some need fire. Some need the hard shell of pride to crack before the tender life inside can emerge. Our task is not to command the seed to grow. Our task is to offer good soil where we can, water where we can, protection where we can, and patience always. The Buddha's compassion is universal, but universal does not mean invasive. His light shines everywhere, but it does not smash the walls of a closed room. His teaching is available, but it does not cancel the freedom and responsibility of the listener. His vow is vast, but it works through conditions, not against them. So if someone says, "If the Buddha is truly compassionate, why does suffering still exist?" we can answer gently, because compassion is not the same as coercion, because beings are not machines, because karma is real, because ignorance cannot be removed, while the heart is still defending it, because liberation must be realized, not imposed. And if someone says, "Then what can I do for the people I love?" the answer is both simple and difficult. Live the Dharma. Speak when speech can help. Be silent when silence is wiser. Pray without trying to control the universe. Dedicate merit without demanding a deadline. Set boundaries without hatred. Offer kindness without becoming a servant to delusion. Keep your own mind clear, because if you lose yourself in trying to save another, then two people are lost instead of one. You cannot swallow medicine for another person and expect their illness to heal. You cannot breathe for them. You cannot digest their food. You cannot dream their dreams, and you cannot awaken in their place. But you can leave the door open. You can keep a lamp burning. You can become living proof that another way is possible. And sometimes, that is the condition that waits quietly for many years until the other person is finally ready. This truth is difficult, especially when applied to the people closest to us. It is one thing to accept that a stranger may not be ready for the path. It is another thing entirely when that person is your son, your daughter, your mother, your father, your husband, your wife, your closest friend. When the person destroying their life is someone whose laughter you remember, someone whose childhood you witnessed, someone whose pain has become tied to your own breath, the teaching becomes much harder to carry, because then it is no longer philosophy. It is the empty chair at the dinner table. It is the phone call in the middle of the night. It is the trembling voice saying, "This time I promise I will change." It is the smell of alcohol on someone you love. It is the anger in the eyes of a person who cannot admit they are wounded. It is watching greed turn a good heart into a restless one. It is watching pride make someone choose loneliness again and again. It is watching denial become a wall so thick that no kindness can pass through it. And in those moments the heart cries out, "If only I could make them see. If only I could take their suffering away. If only I could enter their mind and remove the darkness." But you cannot practice for someone else. This is not because love is weak. It is because karma is intimate. The mind must turn by its own willingness. The hand may be offered, but the other person must reach. The path may be shown, but the feet must walk. Even the Buddha, with infinite wisdom, boundless compassion, immeasurable patience, did not force awakening into the unwilling he taught. He guided, he warned, he blessed, he opened the gate. But he did not drag beings through it against their own blindness. And this is where many people suffer more than necessary, not only because their loved one is lost, but because they secretly believe that, if they love hard enough, sacrifice enough, suffer enough, rescue enough, then somehow that person will change. They think their exhaustion is proof of compassion. They think their constant worry is proof of loyalty. They think that if they stop trying to control the outcome, they are abandoning the person. But spiritual maturity begins when we learn the difference between compassion and attachment. Compassion says, "I wish you to be free from suffering." Attachment says, "I cannot be peaceful unless you become the person I want you to be." Compassion offers help when help is wholesome. Attachment panics when help is refused. Compassion can stand near suffering with a steady heart. Attachment jumps into the fire and calls it love. Compassion respects the law of cause and effect. Attachment wants to bypass it, and this difference is not small. It is the difference between holding a lamp and trying to become the sun for someone who keeps closing their eyes. A parent may spend years urging a child to live wisely. They may teach honesty, discipline, humility, gratitude. They may warn against bad company, destructive habits, reckless desires. They may pray, cry, advise, forgive, and begin again. But there comes a point when the child becomes an adult and must taste the fruit of their own choices. If the parent keeps shielding them from every consequence, paying every debt, excusing every lie, cleaning up every mess, then what appears to be mercy may actually become a chain. The parent says, "I am helping because I love my child." But if the help allows the child to remain careless, cruel, addicted, dishonest, or irresponsible, then that help is no longer medicine. It has become food for the illness. This is painful to admit. No parent wants to watch their child fall. No parent wants to step back when stepping back feels like betrayal. But sometimes love must become firm. Sometimes love must say, "I will not hate you. I will not close my heart to you. But I will not participate in your self-destruction. I will not lie for you. I will not feed your delusion. I will not pretend that your choices have no consequences." This kind of love trembles, but it is still love. A spouse may beg their partner to change. Perhaps one person carries the whole home while the other disappears into anger, gambling, intoxication, laziness, affairs, or endless excuses. Again and again, the wounded spouse believes the next apology. Again and again they say, "Maybe this time." They lower their needs. They silence their pain. They become smaller so the other person does not have to face the truth. But the Dharma asks us to look clearly. Patience is noble, but self-erasure is not awakening. Forgiveness is beautiful, but allowing repeated harm without wisdom is not compassion. Staying in suffering just to prove devotion is not the middle way. If someone refuses to take responsibility, refuses to seek help, refuses to stop harming, then your suffering cannot become their enlightenment. Your tears cannot become their discipline. Your loyalty cannot become their conscience. You may support their healing, but you cannot do the healing for them. You may speak truth, but you cannot make them love truth. You may offer forgiveness, but you cannot make them become trustworthy. And sometimes the most compassionate sentence is not, "I will endure anything for you." Sometimes it is, "I will no longer help you lie to yourself." A friend may spend years rescuing another friend from the same disaster. They lend money that is never returned. They answer calls at midnight. They cover for them at work. They defend them before others. They absorb the drama, the excuses, the chaos. At first, it feels generous, it feels meaningful to be needed. But slowly, the helper becomes tired, resentful, anxious, and confused. They begin to realize that every rescue only prepares the next collapse. This is one of the hardest lessons in human relationships. Not every rescue is compassionate. If a person refuses to learn, then rescuing them from every consequence may only teach them that they do not need to wake up. If a person uses pity as a tool, then endless help becomes a marketplace where your kindness is traded for their avoidance. If a person apologizes only to escape discomfort, but never changes their causes, then your forgiveness becomes part of their pattern. To step back in such a moment is not cruelty. It is clarity. It is saying, "I believe you have the capacity to awaken, but I will not carry the burden that belongs to your own hands." Of course, this does not mean we abandon people in contempt. It does not mean we become cold, superior, or indifferent. The Buddha never taught hatred disguised as wisdom. He never taught us to punish people for being ignorant. He taught us to see causes and conditions clearly. He taught us not to be swallowed by another person's confusion. There is a way to step back with bitterness, and there is a way to step back with compassion. Bitterness says, you deserve to suffer. Compassion says, I cannot remove the results of your choices, but I still wish for your awakening. Bitterness closes the heart. Compassion closes the door only to harmful behavior, not to the person's humanity. Bitterness wants revenge. Compassion wants freedom, even if from a distance. This distinction is essential, because many people, after years of being hurt, swing from attachment into aversion. They go from trying to save someone to wishing that person pain. They say, I no longer care, but underneath, the wound is still burning. The Buddhist path is more subtle than that. It does not ask you to be a doormat, and it does not ask you to become stone. It asks you to become awake. Awake enough to know when to help. Awake enough to know when helping has become harmful. Awake enough to feel sorrow without drowning in it. Awake enough to keep goodwill alive without surrendering your wisdom. There are times when the most powerful teaching you can give is no longer an argument, but your own life. When people are trapped in anger, they often cannot hear lectures about peace, but they may slowly notice that you no longer react the way you once did. When people are drowning in greed, they may mock simplicity, but they may also begin to wonder why your eyes look less restless than theirs. When people are addicted to drama, they may resent your calm, but your calm may plant a seed that words never could. When people live by lies, your honesty may irritate them at first, but it may also become a mirror they cannot forget. A living example is often quieter than advice, but it can be deeper. This does not mean you perform goodness to impress anyone. It means you stop making another person's transformation the center of your spiritual life. You return to your own breath, your own speech, your own conduct, your own mind. You become the field where wholesome seeds can grow. And whether others come to rest in that field or not, the field is still cultivated. If you want someone to stop shouting, learn not to shout back. If you want someone to stop lying, make your own speech clean. If you want someone to stop wasting their life, stop wasting yours in resentment and fear. If you want someone to discover the path, let them see what the path does to a human being over time. Let them see patience that is not weakness. Let them see kindness that is not foolishness. Let them see boundaries that are not hatred. Let them see discipline that is not rigidity. Let them see joy that does not depend on consumption. Let them see a person who suffers, yes, but does not become owned by suffering. This is not dramatic. It may not create a sudden miracle. No music may swell. No tearful apology may come. The person may still resist. They may still choose the old road. They may even accuse you of changing, of becoming distant, of thinking you are better than them. But if your heart is steady, you do not need to fight every accusation. You do not need to defend your peace to those who benefit from your chaos. The seed of Dharma does not always sprout the day it is planted. Sometimes it lies beneath the soil for years. Sometimes the person must lose what they refuse to value. Sometimes they must become tired of their own anger. Sometimes they must meet the emptiness hidden inside their cravings. Sometimes they must arrive at the end of their excuses. Only then does a sentence you spoke long ago return to them. Only then does your example become meaningful. Only then does the door they once ignored appear as a refuge. And sometimes they may never turn in this lifetime. This is the grief we must learn to hold without hatred. There may be someone you love who will not become gentle. Someone who will not apologize. Someone who will not heal. Someone who will not stop drinking, blaming, chasing, manipulating, or destroying trust. There may be someone who chooses suffering so repeatedly that you begin to feel as though you are watching them walk into darkness while calling it light. In such a case, your task is not to stop loving. Your task is to stop confusing love with control. You can grieve, you can pray, you can dedicate merit. You can leave a path open for honest return. You can speak when the time is right. You can protect yourself when protection is needed. You can refuse to enable harm. You can bow inwardly to the Buddha and say, "May this being one day meet the causes of awakening." And then you return to practice, not because you no longer care, but because caring without wisdom becomes bondage. The Buddha's compassion was vast, but it was never blind. He knew that beings awaken through causes, not through force. He knew that even the purest teaching must meet readiness. He knew that a closed fist cannot receive a jewel, and a closed mind cannot receive liberation. So he did not waste the Dharma by turning it into an act of domination. He offered it with perfect generosity and allowed beings to choose. This is difficult for us because we often want love to mean guaranteed results. We want goodness to be rewarded immediately. We want sincere advice to be accepted. We want our tears to matter enough to change another person's direction. But the universe does not operate according to our desperation. It operates through conditions. If there is soil, water, sunlight, and time, the seed may grow. If the seed is thrown onto stone, even the best farmer cannot command it to sprout. So do not blame yourself for failing to awaken someone who refuses to wake. Do not measure your love by their transformation. Do not call yourself unkind, because you cannot carry what belongs to their karma. Even the Buddha could not liberate the unwilling by force. How could you demand that power from your own wounded heart? Practice for yourself, not selfishly, but truthfully. Practice so your love becomes cleaner. Practice so your help becomes wiser. Practice so your grief does not become poison. Practice so that when the other person is finally ready, if that day comes, they meet not your resentment, not your exhaustion, not your need to control them, but a steady presence that has not abandoned wisdom. And if that day does not come, your practice is still not wasted, because every moment you refuse to answer ignorance with ignorance, something in the world becomes lighter. Every time you choose a boundary without hatred, you honor the Dharma. Every time you release control while keeping goodwill alive, you step closer to freedom. Every time you stop feeding another person's delusion, you also stop feeding your own. This is how we love those we cannot save, not by carrying them on our back until both collapse, not by pretending their darkness is light, not by sacrificing our clarity to keep them comfortable, but by standing in truth with an open heart, by offering what is wholesome, by refusing what is harmful, by remaining human, tender, and awake. You cannot practice for your child, your parent, your spouse, your friend. You cannot breathe wisdom into a person determined to cling to suffering. You cannot donate your awakening to someone who has no wish to receive it. But you can become a condition, you can become a reminder. You can become a quiet bell in their life, sounding again and again without violence. And perhaps one day, when their own suffering has ripened into humility, they will remember. They will remember your patience. They will remember your honesty. They will remember that you did not hate them, even when you stopped rescuing them. They will remember that there was another way to live. Yet stepping back does not mean becoming cold, because the Buddhist path still asks us to keep the heart open. And this is one of the most delicate places on the path. How to keep loving without secretly trying to control. Because many people think attachment looks like greed, jealousy, or desire. But attachment can also wear the clothing of compassion. It can sound very noble. It can say, "I only want what is best for you." It can say, "I am just trying to save you." It can say, "If you truly loved me, you would change." And sometimes, yes, those words come from a sincere place. Sometimes we really do see someone destroying themselves. We see their anger, their addiction, their pride, their laziness, their cruelty, their endless return to the same fire that keeps burning them. And because we love them, we cannot simply watch without pain. Their suffering enters our chest. Their confusion becomes our sleepless night. Their choices become our burden. But in that moment, if we are not careful, love begins to change shape. It stops being compassion. It becomes possession. To love someone is not to demand that they awaken on our schedule. It is not to stand over their life like a judge, holding a clock in one hand and our disappointment in the other. It is not to say, I gave you wisdom, so now you owe me transformation. That is not love anymore. That is a contract disguised as kindness. True love offers the hand but does not close the fist. True love speaks the truth, but does not force the ear to hear. True love stands near the gate, holding a lamp, but does not drag someone through the doorway while they are still clinging to the dark. This is very hard for the human heart to accept, because when we care deeply, we want proof. We want evidence that our care is working. We want the person to become softer, wiser, more grateful, more disciplined, more awake. We want to see them stop lying, stop harming, stop wasting their life. And if they do change even a little, we feel relieved, we feel hopeful. Sometimes we even feel proud, as if their change belongs to us. But if they fall back, if they return to the same behavior, they break another promise, if they listen today and forget tomorrow, we become angry. We feel betrayed. We say, after everything I did for you, how could you still be like this? And there, very quietly, suffering has entered the heart of the helper, not because compassion is wrong, but because compassion has become attached to a result. When we cling to the outcome, we are no longer only responding to another person's suffering, we are also defending our own identity as the one who helps, the one who knows, the one who saves, the one whose love should be powerful enough to change another human being. And when reality does not obey that identity, we hurt. We become angry when they do not change. We become proud when they listen. We become broken when they relapse. This is why the Buddha's teaching is so deep and also so merciful. It does not ask us to stop caring. It asks us to purify the way we care. It asks us to love without tying our peace to another person's readiness. It asks us to help without making another person's karma into the center of our own mind. Because if your peace depends entirely on someone else waking up, then your peace is no longer in your hands. If your joy depends on your child becoming wise, your spouse becoming gentle, your parent becoming humble, your friend becoming honest, then you have placed your own heart in a house you do not control. And whenever that person is confused, your mind collapses with them. Whenever that person is stubborn, your compassion turns into exhaustion. Whenever that person repeats the old pattern, you feel as though your whole effort has been meaningless. But wholesome effort is never meaningless. A kind word is not meaningless just because it is rejected. A truthful warning is not meaningless just because it is ignored. A patient example is not meaningless just because the other person does not immediately follow it. In the Buddhist way, we learn to offer conditions, not force outcomes. This difference is everything. To offer conditions means we create the best possible environment for wisdom to arise. We speak honestly, but not cruelly. We set boundaries, but not with hatred. We pray sincerely, but not with the arrogance of command. We act with integrity, even when no one appreciates it. We show another way to live, not by shouting about goodness, but by embodying it. We become a condition for awakening, but we do not become the owner of awakening. Just as the Buddha could teach the Dharma, but could not swallow the medicine on behalf of all beings, we too must understand our limit. Even the most perfect teaching still requires a willing listener. Even the clearest road still requires someone to walk. Even the purest rain cannot make a stone sprout. Imagine a farmer holding seeds in his hand. He does not scream at the soil. He does not dig up the field every morning in panic, demanding to see roots. He does not curse the seed because it has not yet become a tree. He prepares the earth. He removes the weeds. He gives water when water is needed. He protects what he can protect. Then he waits. Some seeds open quickly. They only needed a little moisture, a little warmth, a little contact with the right ground. Some seeds stay hidden until the next rain. For a long time, it looks like nothing is happening. The field appears empty, but beneath the surface something is softening, something is breaking open in silence. Some seeds remain dormant for years. They need seasons, they need storms, they need the slow work of time. And one day, when no one expects it, a green shoot appears where everyone had already given up. And some seeds do not sprout in this lifetime, not because the farmer failed, not because the seed was hated, but because the conditions were not yet complete. This is how we must understand our love for difficult people. We may offer a seed of truth today, and they may reject it with laughter. We may offer a seed of kindness, and they may respond with suspicion. We may offer a seed of restraint, and they may call us weak. We may offer a seed of dharma, and they may turn away because their mind is still intoxicated with pride, pleasure, resentment, or fear. But the seed is not always lost. Sometimes words return to people after many years. A person who mocks advice at 20 may remember it at 40, when the consequences of life have humbled them. A person who rejects kindness when they are drunk with ego may recall it when loneliness finally cracks their pride. A person who refuses to bow before wisdom may bow later, not because we forced them, but because suffering itself became their teacher. This is why we keep the heart open. Not open in a foolish way, not open in a way that lets it trample us sinlessly, not open in a way that sacrifices our sanity and calls it virtue, but open in the deeper way, free from hatred, free from revenge, free from the wish to see them punished, free from the bitterness that says, "I hope you suffer so you finally understand," because that too is a hidden form of attachment. Sometimes we cannot make them change, so we start wanting life to hurt them into changing. We imagine their regret. We imagine the day they come back and admit we were right. We imagine their tears, their apology, their humiliation, and we tell ourselves this is justice. But if we look honestly, there is still clinging there. There is still the self wanting victory. There is still the wounded heart wanting to be acknowledged. There is still the helper wanting proof. The Dharma invites us into something cleaner. It says, "Speak truth because truth is wholesome, not because you are guaranteed to be thanked." It says, "Love because love is your practice, not because love gives you control." It says, "Set boundaries because boundaries protect the path, not because they are weapons of punishment." It says, "Release the result, not because the result does not matter, but because the result does not belong entirely to you." This is not indifference, this is wisdom. Indifference says, "I do not care what happens to you." Wisdom says, "I care deeply, but I cannot live your life for you." Indifference turns away because the heart is closed. Wisdom steps back because the heart understands conditions. Indifference abandons, wisdom releases. And sometimes, from the outside, these two may look similar. Someone may accuse you of being cold. They may say, "You have changed." They may say, "Before, you always helped me." They may say, "If you were truly compassionate, you would keep giving, keep forgiving, keep rescuing, keep absorbing the consequences of my choices." But compassion is not the same as enabling. If someone keeps sitting down on the path, you may encourage them. You may sit beside them for a while. You may point to the road ahead. You may say, "When you are ready, take one step." But if they refuse again and again, if they demand that you carry them while they continue to resist walking, then at some point, you must also include yourself in compassion. This is the part many good-hearted people forget. They remember compassion for everyone else, but not for themselves. They have patience for the angry person, but no patience for their own tired heart. They have forgiveness for the one who keeps harming, but no tenderness for the one inside them who keeps getting hurt. They say, "I must save them," while quietly drowning. They say, "I must be kind," while their body is full of stress, their sleep is broken, their joy is gone, and their spiritual practice has become nothing but worry about another person's life. But you are also a sentient being. Your mind also deserves protection. Your heart also deserves peace. Your life also has a path to walk. Do not burn your own peace, trying to drag someone who keeps choosing to sit in the fire. Do not destroy your inner clarity in the name of helping someone who does not yet want help. Do not confuse self-abandonment with compassion. The Buddha did not teach us to become fuel for another person's delusion. To include yourself in compassion means you can say, gently but firmly, I love you, but I will not participate in this harm. It means you can say, I hope you awaken, but I cannot keep paying the price for choices you refuse to examine. It means you can say, my door is open to sincerity, but not to manipulation. It means you can say, I will pray for you, but I will not lose myself for you. And when you say this from a clean place, without hatred, without cruelty, without the secret desire to punish, it becomes an act of wisdom. It becomes a boundary that still carries love. It becomes a step back that leaves the lamp burning. This is the middle way of helping, not clinging, not rejecting, not chasing, not despising. Standing with an open heart, but not an enslaved heart. Offering what is wholesome, but not demanding that the universe obey your preferred timeline. There is a great tenderness in this, because when we release the result, we are also admitting something humbling. We do not fully know the journey of another being. We do not know all the causes and conditions that shaped their mind. We do not know the fears they cannot name, the wounds they cannot face, the karmic patterns that keep pulling them back, the lessons that must ripen before they are ready to truly listen. This does not excuse harmful behavior. It does not mean we pretend poison is medicine. It simply means we stop placing ourselves at the center of their awakening. We are not the Buddha of their life. We are not the owner of their karma. We are not the master of their timing. We are only fellow travelers, doing our best to live with sincerity, offering light where we can, and learning when to step aside. And strangely, when we stop clinging to the result, our compassion becomes more stable. It is no longer tossed around by every success and failure. If they listen, we are grateful, but not proud. If they refuse, we are saddened, but not destroyed. If they improve, we encourage them, but do not claim ownership. If they fall again, we respond wisely, but do not collapse into despair. This is a freer love, a more mature love, a love that does not need to possess the ending. It is like placing a lamp by the road at night. Some will see it and walk more carefully. Some will ignore it. Some will mock it. Some may not pass by until years later. But the lamp does not chase travelers down the road. It simply shines according to its nature. Let your practice be like that. Let your kindness be real, but not desperate. Let your words be honest, but not violent. Let your prayers be sincere, but not controlling. Let your boundaries be firm, but not bitter. Plant the seed. Water it when conditions allow. Protect the soil when it is appropriate. And then bow to the mystery of time, because awakening cannot be forced open like a locked door. It unfolds when causes meet conditions, when suffering becomes insight, when pride becomes humility, when the mind finally grows tired of its own chains. To release the result, we must also understand the role of timing, karmic maturity, and ripeness. There is a kind of pain that comes from seeing the truth before someone else is ready to see it. You can see the cliff. You can see the pattern. You can see the fire they are walking toward with both eyes open. And because you care, your heart rushes forward. You want to warn them, shake them, save them, hold them back from the suffering that seems so obvious to you. But the path of awakening does not open simply because someone else points toward it. A teaching may be pure, compassionate, and perfectly timed from the speaker's side, yet still arrive too early for the listener. The words may be correct, but the heart receiving them may still be closed. The medicine may be powerful, but the patient may not yet believe they are sick. The door may be unlocked, but the person inside may still be sitting in the dark, convinced that darkness is home. This is why the Buddha did not teach by force. He did not drag people into wisdom. He did not impose liberation upon those who clung to their chains. He understood something deeply. Truth is not only about being spoken. Truth must also be received, and reception depends on conditions. A seed does not sprout because we shout at it. A flower does not bloom because we are impatient. And a green fruit does not become sweet because we pull at it with our hands. Look at a fruit hanging from a tree before its season. It is firm, bitter, not yet ready. You may stand beneath it and wish for sweetness. You may tell it, ripen now, I need you now. I know what you can become. You may even pull at it, twist it, squeeze it, force it from the branch. It does not become sweet. It becomes damaged. It may bruise. It may rot. It may fall before its time, unable to nourish anyone. Spiritual understanding is like that. There are people who hear the Dharma and are moved immediately. One sentence enters them like rain entering thirsty soil. One teaching turns their life around. One moment of silence makes them weep, because something in them has been waiting for lifetimes to remember. But there are others who hear the same words and feel nothing, or worse. They become irritated. They laugh, they argue, they defend their habits. They call wisdom weakness. They call restraint failure. They call compassion foolishness. Is the teaching weak? No. Is the Buddha lacking compassion? No. Is truth incomplete because someone rejects it? No. It simply means the fruit is not yet ripe. And this is hard for the loving heart to accept, because when we love someone, we do not want to wait for life to teach them through pain. We do not want them to learn through loss, betrayal, loneliness, sickness, regret, or the collapse of their own pride. We want to spare them. We want to say, please believe me now. Please turn back now. Please don't wait until the wound is deep. But many beings do not become humble through advice. They become humble through consequence. This does not mean we wish suffering upon them. It does not mean we stand aside coldly and say, let them suffer. A true practitioner never delights in another person's downfall. Compassion never becomes cruelty dressed as wisdom. But compassion must be honest. And honesty tells us that some lessons cannot be transferred by speech alone. Some people need to touch the heat before they believe in fire. Some need to lose what they took for granted before gratitude becomes real. Some need to be betrayed by the very desires they worshipped before they question the altar they built. Some need to exhaust themselves chasing praise, pleasure, status, control, and victory before they finally sit down and ask, why am I still not at peace? And when that question becomes sincere, then the teaching that once sounded meaningless may suddenly become medicine. This is the mystery of timing. A person may hear a teaching at 20 years old and mock it. At 30, they may dismiss it. At 40, after life has pressed its hands upon their shoulders, they may remember the same words and begin to cry. Nothing in the words has changed. But the listener has changed, the soil has changed, the bitterness has softened, the arrogance has cracked. The heart that once said, I know already, now whispers, please show me. That is ripeness. In Buddhist understanding, awakening depends on causes and conditions. We cannot isolate one moment and pretend it stands alone. Every response, every resistance, every opening of the heart is woven from countless threads. Past actions, habits of mind, family wounds, social influences, fears, attachments, pride, merit, trauma, memory, and the unseen momentum of karma. So when someone cannot receive the Dharma today, it is not always because they are evil. Sometimes they are afraid. Sometimes they are wounded. Sometimes they have been deceived too many times and no longer trust kindness. Sometimes religion was used to control them, and even the word practice feels like a chain. Sometimes their pride is the only armor they know. Sometimes their laughter is not confidence, but defense. Sometimes their anger is only sorrow that has forgotten how to speak softly. This does not excuse harmful actions. It does not mean we must tolerate abuse, but it helps us see more clearly. A person who rejects wisdom may not be merely stubborn, they may be unripe. And unripe does not mean hopeless. It means not yet. Not yet is a sacred phrase. It protects us from despair. It reminds us that what cannot be understood today may be understood tomorrow. What cannot be accepted this year may become clear 10 years later. A child cannot understand the grief of a parent until life matures them. A proud person cannot understand humility until pride has failed them. A selfish person cannot understand generosity until they have tasted the loneliness that selfishness creates. The Dharma does not disappear because someone refuses it. It waits in the world like rain waits in the sky, like a path waits beneath fallen leaves, like a bell waits for the hand that will one day strike it. This is why we should be careful with our disappointment. When someone rejects a teaching, we often take it personally. We think, I failed. I didn't explain it well enough. I wasn't patient enough. I wasn't wise enough. Sometimes, yes, we must reflect. Perhaps our tone was sharp. Perhaps our timing was poor. Perhaps we spoke to prove we were right instead of to help. Perhaps we used truth like a weapon, and then wondered why the other person protected themselves. But even when the words are kind, even when the intention is pure, even when the teaching is appropriate, there is still no guarantee of immediate understanding. Even the Buddha, with infinite wisdom, boundless compassion, and incomparable skill, did not cause every being who saw him to awaken. There were people who admired him, but did not practice deeply. There were people who argued with him. There were people who misunderstood him. There were people who lived in the same era, under the same sky, breathing the same air, and still remained trapped in delusion. This should humble us. If the Buddha did not force awakening into unwilling hearts, why do we imagine that we can? If the Buddha respected conditions, why do we become angry when conditions are not ready? If the Buddha continued to shine without chasing, why do we exhaust ourselves trying to drag people into the light? Patience is not indifference. Patience is compassion that understands time. It is the ability to offer what is wholesome without demanding immediate transformation. It is the strength to speak truth and then let truth travel at its own pace. It is the tenderness to plant a seed without digging it up every day to check whether it has grown. Many words we speak in sincerity do not bloom in front of us. They may enter someone quietly and sleep there. Years may pass. The person may forget our face, our voice, the day, the place, but one sentence remains beneath the surface. Then, in a moment of loss or illness or regret or exhaustion, that sentence may rise like a small lamp in the mind. They may think, now I understand, and we may never know. This is why spiritual work requires deep trust. Not trust that everyone will change according to our schedule. Not trust that kindness will always be recognized. Not trust that good advice will always be welcomed. But trust that wholesome causes are never wasted. Trust that a compassionate word, even when rejected, leaves an imprint. Trust that dignity, restraint, patience, and truth create conditions, whether or not results appear immediately. A farmer understands this better than a restless mind. The farmer does not throw seeds into the ground in the morning and curse the field by sunset. The farmer knows seasons. The farmer knows rain, soil, sun, wind, and time. The farmer knows that some seeds sprout quickly and others wait. Some need heat, some need cold, some need the hard shell to break underground before life can rise. Human beings are fields like that. Some hearts open through beauty, some through sorrow, some through kindness repeated again and again until suspicion finally gets tired. Some through silence, because words only strengthen their resistance. Some through being left alone long enough to hear the consequences of their own choices. There are people who cannot be persuaded, but they can be witnessed. They may not accept your advice, but they may remember your steadiness. They may not believe your teaching, but they may notice that you do not collapse when insulted. They may not follow your path, but they may see that your peace is not fake. And one day, when their own path becomes too painful, they may turn back toward the memory of someone who lived differently. This is why your practice matters even when your words fail. Sometimes the Dharma is not transmitted through explanation. Sometimes it is transmitted through the way you do not retaliate, through the way you listen without surrendering your clarity, through the way you leave without hatred, through the way you forgive without becoming foolish, through the way you continue to cultivate your own mind instead of obsessing over someone else's awakening. Because if we are not careful, our desire to save others becomes another form of attachment. We may begin with compassion, but slowly it turns into control. We want them to change so we can feel relieved. We want them to understand so our anxiety can stop. We want them to awaken so our love no longer has to suffer watching them fall. And though this is human, it is not yet pure. Pure compassion offers the hand. Attachment demands that the hand be taken. Pure compassion speaks when speech is useful. Attachment keeps speaking because silence feels unbearable. Pure compassion respects karma. Attachment argues with karma. Pure compassion trusts the Dharma. Attachment tries to become the owner of the Dharma. This is a subtle place in practice. We must look honestly into our own heart. When we say, "I only want to help," is there also a hidden demand? Are we willing to let the other person have their own timing? Are we willing to accept that our role may be small? Are we willing to be kind without being recognized, truthful without being obeyed, loving without being in control? This is not easy. It may be one of the hardest forms of compassion, because it asks us to stand near suffering without arrogance, to offer light without forcing eyes open, to care deeply and still bow to conditions we cannot command. There is a reason the image of ripening is so important. Thinning habits. The sun can warm the fruit. The rain can nourish the roots. The tree can hold it, but sweetness forms inside, according to its nature and its time. No outside hand can manufacture that sweetness by violence. In the same way, the teacher can guide, the friend can encourage, the parent can pray, the monk can preach, the Buddha can point the way, but the turning of the heart must occur within the being itself. No one can be humble for another person. No one can renounce craving on another person's behalf. No one can digest wisdom for someone who refuses to taste it. The Dharma can be offered. It cannot be swallowed for another. So when you meet someone who is not ready, do not rush to condemn them. Do not rush to rescue them either. See clearly. Protect your own peace. Speak if there is an opening. Be silent if silence is wiser. Step back if your presence only feeds resistance. Stay kind, but do not become desperate. And remember, not all distance is abandonment. Sometimes distance is respect for the law of ripening. A green fruit needs time on the branch. A restless mind needs time with its own consequences. A hardened heart may need many seasons before tenderness returns. If we pull too soon, we may not save it. We may only add another wound. Still, do not underestimate the quiet power of one sincere encounter. A person may refuse your advice, but remember your eyes. They may reject your words, but remember that you did not hate them. They may walk away laughing, but later, when laughter no longer protects them, they may remember the peace in your voice. This is how seeds travel, not always through victory, not always through conversion, not always through dramatic change. Sometimes through a small pause in someone's mind, a slight hesitation before repeating an old harm, a memory of compassion in a moment of anger, a question that appears in the night. What if there is another way to live? That question may be the first crack in the shell. And when the shell cracks, what seemed impossible can begin. So let us be patient with the unseen. Let us not measure the Dharma only by immediate results. Let us not assume that because someone does not bow today, they will never bow. Let us not confuse delay with failure. The world is full of late blossoms. Some of the deepest transformations begin after years of resistance. But patience should not become passivity. We do not simply sit back and say, everything depends on time, while neglecting our own cultivation. Ripeness is not only something we wait for in others, it is something we must develop within ourselves. If we wish to meet the Dharma deeply, we must prepare our own soil. We must soften our pride, purify our intention, examine our habits, and create the conditions by which wisdom can take root. Because the question is not only, why are they not ready? The more urgent question is, am I becoming ready? Am I ripening in humility? Am I ripening in patience? Am I ripening in compassion that does not control? Am I cultivating enough affinity with the Dharma that when truth appears before me, I do not turn away? This is where the path continues, not in blaming the unripe, not in forcing the unwilling, not in despairing over those who cannot yet hear, but in quietly, steadily, honestly preparing our own heart to receive what is already being offered. So if the heart can be unready, then the next question becomes very personal. How do we become ready? How do we create affinity with the Buddha's path? Not as a beautiful idea we admire from far away, but as something that slowly enters our breathing, our choices, our speech, our relationships, our daily life. Affinity is not always something mysterious. Sometimes we imagine spiritual affinity as if it must arrive like lightning, like a divine sign, like a dream, like a sudden vision. But often, affinity is built quietly through repeated contact with what is wholesome. A person becomes close to the Dharma the way a dry field becomes fertile again, not from one dramatic rain, but from many gentle rains, falling again and again. You listen once, and maybe nothing changes. You listen twice, and perhaps one sentence stays with you. You listen a third time, and suddenly, in the middle of an argument, that sentence returns. You are about to speak harshly, but something inside whispers, wait, that moment is affinity. Not fireworks, not miracles, just a small space opening where, before, there was only habit. This is why repeated wholesome contact matters so much. If we constantly place our heart near anger, we become fluent in anger. If we constantly place our heart near greed, we become skilled in craving. If we constantly place our heart near gossip, comparison, resentment, and pride, then without noticing, we begin to think these things are normal. We begin to breathe them like air. But if we place our heart near the Dharma, again and again, something begins to soften. We may not become enlightened overnight. We may still be impatient, still wounded, still proud, still pulled by old habits. But the direction begins to change. The heart begins to recognize another way of living. To listen to the Dharma is not merely to collect teachings. It is to allow truth to touch the places inside us that we usually protect. It is to hear about impermanence and remember that the person we are angry with will not be here forever. It is to hear about karma and realize that every word we speak is not disappearing into empty space, but becoming a seed. It is to hear about compassion and feel ashamed, not in a destructive way, but in a cleansing way, because we suddenly see how often we demand kindness while offering so little of it ourselves. Then comes reflection. Listening opens the door, but reflection allows us to step through it. Many people hear teachings but never let the teachings question them. They enjoy the sound of wisdom, but they use it to judge others. They hear about attachment and immediately think of someone else's attachment. They hear about arrogance and remember a relative, a friend, a colleague, a spouse. They hear about delusion and say, yes, that is exactly how those people are. But real affinity begins when the Dharma turns like a mirror, not outward first, inward first. When we hear a teaching and have the courage to ask, where is this in me? Then the path becomes alive. Where am I clinging? Where am I lying to myself? Where am I demanding control? Where am I pretending to be kind while secretly wanting praise? Where am I using religion to decorate my ego instead of reducing it? These questions are not meant to crush us. They are meant to wake us up, Because the Buddha's path does not begin with pretending to be pure. It begins with seeing clearly. If there is mud on the floor, the person who refuses to look at it will keep slipping. The person who sees it can clean it. In the same way, when we recognize anger, jealousy, pride, laziness, or cruelty in ourselves, this recognition is not failure. It is the beginning of freedom. Good company also strengthens affinity. This is very important. The people we stay close to shape the climate of our mind. Some people bring out our worst habits. Around them, we become more cynical, more restless, more competitive, more careless with speech. Some people make unwholesome things feel exciting and wholesome things feel boring. If we are not careful, we may think we are choosing freely, while in truth we are being pulled by the atmosphere around us. Good company does not mean perfect people. Perfect people are not easy to find, and if we demand perfection, we may end up alone with our pride. Good company means people who sincerely try to return to goodness. People who can remind us gently when we are losing ourselves. People who value honesty more than performance. People who do not laugh when we try to become more disciplined. People who do not mock compassion as weakness. People who, by their presence, make us want to speak cleaner, live simpler, and become more responsible for our karma. Sometimes one good friend can save years of wandering. Sometimes one teacher, one elder, one humble practitioner can show us, without many words, what the Dharma looks like when it becomes a life, and not just a belief. And then there is virtue. Virtue is not old-fashioned, virtue is protection. When we refrain from harming, we protect others, yes, but we also protect the clarity of our own mind. When we avoid lying, we protect trust. When we avoid stealing, we protect contentment. When we avoid sexual misconduct, we protect dignity, families, and the hearts of people who could be wounded by our selfishness. When we avoid intoxicating the mind, whether through substances or through constant craving and distraction, we protect the very instrument through which wisdom must be realized. A person may say, I want deep meditation, I want awakening, I want peace. But if every day they plant seeds of harm, deception, indulgence, and arrogance, how can peace grow there? A disturbed life cannot easily produce a quiet mind. A dishonest life cannot easily produce clear wisdom. This is not punishment. It is cause and effect. So creating affinity with the Buddha's path begins in ordinary places. It begins before we speak. It begins before we click, before we comment, before we answer back, before we accuse, before we turn someone else's weakness into a story for entertainment. Try pausing before speaking harshly. Just one breath, not even a long meditation. Just one breath before the sharp word leaves your mouth. In that breath, ask yourself, is this necessary? Is this true? Is this kind? Am I speaking to heal or am I speaking to wound? Sometimes you will still fail. The old habit will be faster than mindfulness. But even noticing afterward is already a crack in the wall. The next time, maybe the pause will come sooner, and one day, the word that would have created pain will dissolve before it is born. Try giving without showing off. This is a very deep practice, because the ego loves to hide inside generosity. It gives, but it wants witnesses. It helps, but it wants applause. It donates, but it wants its name engraved. It sacrifices, but later uses that sacrifice as a weapon. Look how much I did for you. Look how good I am. But quiet giving cleans the heart. To give without needing to be seen is to train the mind away from self-importance. It is to let goodness be enough. It is to understand that karma does not need an audience. The universe is not blind. More importantly, the heart itself knows. A sincere act, even hidden from the world, leaves fragrance inside the one who performs it. Try bowing with sincerity, not as a mechanical gesture, not as superstition, not as a performance before an altar. Bowing is the training of pride. When the body lowers, the ego is invited to soften. When the forehead approaches the ground, we remember that this life is not as solid as we pretend. We remember that wisdom is higher than opinion. that compassion is higher than victory, that awakening is higher than being right. A sincere bow says, "May I be teachable." A sincere bow says, "May I stop worshipping my own stubbornness." A sincere bow says, "May I become less controlled by this small self that always wants to win." Try sitting quietly for a few breaths each day, not to become someone special, not to chase visions, just sit. Feel the body breathing, feel how restless the mind is, feel how many voices rise and fall inside you. Do not hate them. Do not obey all of them either. Just observe. In those few breaths, you begin to understand something essential. You are not every thought that appears. Anger appears, but it can be known. Fear appears, but it can be held. Desire appears, but it does not have to command the whole life. This simple seeing is a doorway. Through it, freedom slowly becomes possible. Try admitting one mistake each day. This practice is powerful because pride feeds on denial. Every day the ego wants to be innocent. It wants to edit the story. It wants to explain why we had no choice, why others are more wrong, why our intention was good, why our reaction was understandable. And maybe sometimes there is context. Maybe sometimes we were hurt. Maybe sometimes others truly did wrong. But still, somewhere in the day, we can usually find one place where we could have been more awake. One place where we exaggerated. One place where we ignored someone's pain. One place where we spoke from irritation. One place where we were lazy in love, careless in duty, or dishonest in our own mind. To admit this is not weakness, it is strength. The person who can confess inwardly, "Here, I was wrong," is already closer to wisdom than the person who must always appear flawless. Humility is the gate of transformation. Not knowledge, not ritual, not status, not spiritual language. Humility. The moment a person can sincerely say, "I may," wisdom can enter. Before that, even the Buddha's words may circle outside. Teachings may be heard but not received. Advice may be given but not absorbed. Life may send signs, losses, warnings, and mirrors, but the proud mind will reject them all. It will say, "This does not apply to me." It will say, "They do not understand." It will say, "I already know." It will say, "I am different." And so the door remains closed from the inside. But the moment we say, "Maybe I do not see everything. Maybe my view is incomplete. Maybe my pain has made me unfair. Maybe my pride has made me blind," then something sacred begins. The locked room gets a window. Fresh air enters. This is why repentance is so misunderstood. Many people think repentance means hating oneself. They think it means drowning in guilt, calling oneself terrible, living under a heavy shadow of shame. But true repentance is not self-hatred. Self-hatred is just another form of obsession with the self. It still circles around me, only now with pain instead of pride. True repentance is the courage to stop protecting what harms us and others. It is the moment we no longer defend the poison just because it came from our own hand. It is the moment we say, "This action creates suffering. This habit darkens my mind. This speech breaks trust. This craving makes me less human. I will not continue to call it acceptable." Repentance is not despair. It is turning. It is not lying on the ground forever saying, "I am hopeless." It is standing up with tears in the eyes and saying, "I will walk differently." The Buddha's path does not ask us to be pure before we begin. If that were required, no one could begin. The path asks us to become honest. Honest enough to see suffering. Honest enough to see its causes. Honest enough to stop blaming fate, gods, parents, society, enemies, and bad luck for everything. Honest enough to take responsibility for the seeds we keep planting. And as this honesty grows, we become reachable. That is a beautiful thing, to become reachable. Some people are surrounded by help but cannot be helped. They meet teachers but only look for flaws. They receive warnings but call them insults. They experience losses but only become bitter. They see their own reflection in other people's pain, but immediately look away. Life keeps knocking, but they keep arguing with the door. To create affinity with the Dharma is to stop resisting every messenger. Sometimes life sends a teacher, and the teacher does not always look the way we expect. Sometimes the teacher is a calm person who shows us what patience looks like. Sometimes the teacher is a difficult person who reveals the anger still living inside us. Sometimes the teacher is a child who shows us innocence. Sometimes the teacher is an aging parent who teaches us impermanence. Sometimes the teacher is a failure that breaks our arrogance. Sometimes the teacher is an illness that forces us to stop. Sometimes the teacher is a loss that strips away our illusion of control. If we reject everything uncomfortable, we reject many of our teachers. Of course, not every pain should be romanticized. Not every harmful person should be allowed to stay close. Wisdom knows how to set boundaries. Compassion does not mean allowing abuse. Patience does not mean becoming someone's victim. But even when we must step away, we can still ask, what is this showing me? What attachment is being exposed? What illusion is being burned away? What quality must I develop now? This question turns life into practice. And when life becomes practice, the Dharma is no longer confined to temples, books, ceremonies, or meditation cushions. It enters the kitchen, the workplace, the traffic, the family argument, the lonely night, the hospital room, the moment of temptation, the moment of grief, the moment when nobody is watching, and we must choose what kind of person we really are. That is how affinity grows, not by demanding that the Buddha carry us while we refuse to walk, not by asking for blessings while continuing to plant the causes of suffering, not by believing that devotion can replace transformation. The Buddha points, the Dharma illuminates, the Sangha supports, but we must open the hand. We must take the step. We must stop pretending that spiritual life is only about being comforted. Sometimes the Dharma comforts us, yes, but sometimes it confronts us. Sometimes it takes away our excuses. Sometimes it stands before us like a mirror, so clear that we can no longer hide. And that too is compassion, because a sweet lie may soothe us for a moment, but truth liberates us in the end. So if you wish to create affinity with the Buddha's path, do not wait for a perfect mood, a perfect temple, a perfect teacher, or a perfect life. Begin where you are. Begin with the next breath. Begin with the next small act of restraint, generosity, honesty, humility, and care. If you cannot meditate for an hour, sit for 3 breaths. If you cannot transform your anger completely, pause before one harmful sentence. If you cannot give much, give something sincerely. If you cannot understand all the teachings, practice one sentence deeply. If you cannot repair your whole life today, admit one mistake and take one cleaner step. Small causes are not small when repeated with sincerity. A drop of water, falling again and again, can wear through stone. A wholesome thought, returned to again and again, can change the direction of a life. A heart that bows again and again may one day find that its pride has become lighter. A person who says, "I may be wrong," again and again may one day become truly wise. The Buddha cannot force open the heart that insists on remaining closed. But when the heart begins to open, even slightly, the Dharma is already there, waiting like sunlight at the window. It does not need to be dragged in. It does not need to shout. It simply enters where there is space. So create that space. Make your mind a place where truth is welcome. Make your life a place where virtue can survive. Make your relationships a place where compassion is practiced, not only praised. Make your mistakes a place of learning, not endless defense. Make your suffering a doorway, not a prison. And little by little you will understand. Affinity with the Buddha is not created by fantasy, fear, or superstition. It is created by sincerity. It is strengthened by practice. It is protected by humility. It is deepened by the willingness to be changed. But to create this affinity, we must also understand the Buddha correctly. We must love the Buddha without turning him into a magician for our desires. We must honor his boundless wisdom without imagining that enlightenment means violating cause and effect. We must look beyond fantasy. beyond superstition, beyond the childish wish that someone else can awaken in our place. There is a very subtle misunderstanding that often enters the human heart in the name of faith. It does not always look ugly. Sometimes it looks tender. Sometimes it looks like prayer incense, folded hands, tears in front of an altar. A person may bow before the Buddha and say, "Please help me, please protect me, please give me what I want." And because the words are soft, because the gesture is respectful, they may not notice that inside the prayer there is still a bargain, still a demand, still the old self sitting in the center, asking the sacred to serve its desires. This is where we must be very honest. Many people do not come to the Buddha because they want to awaken. They come because they want life to obey them. They want money to arrive without greed being purified. They want love to stay without selfishness being softened. They want enemies to fall without hatred being examined. They want success, status, safety, revenge, comfort, recognition. They want a peaceful life, but not necessarily a peaceful mind. They want the Buddha's blessing, but they do not always want the Buddha's path. And so, without realizing it, they turn the Buddha into a kind of heavenly official, a divine helper, a wish-granting power. They think, if I light enough incense, if I bow enough times, if I donate something, if I chant the right words, then the Buddha should arrange my life according to my wishes. This kind of faith may look religious, but deep inside, it is still commerce. It is still a transaction. I give you flowers, you give me fortune. I offer you incense, you remove my problems. I praise you, you protect my ego. But the Buddha is not a magician of our desires. The Buddha did not appear in this world to decorate our ignorance with blessings. He did not teach the Dharma so that greed could become more successful, hatred could become more justified, and delusion could become more comfortable. He did not point the way to liberation so that we could remain asleep while asking for sweeter dreams. If the Buddha were merely a power that fulfilled wishes, then the most fortunate person would be the one who asked for the most pleasant life. But in the Dharma, the most fortunate person is not the one who gets everything they want. The most fortunate person is the one who begins to understand craving. The one who can receive pleasure without becoming drunk by it. The one who can meet pain without being destroyed by it. The one who can lose something and not lose their mind. The one who can be insulted and not immediately become hatred. The one who can be praised and not become arrogant. The one who can stand in the changing weather of life and slowly develop a heart that is not enslaved by every wind. That is blessing, not always comfort, not always convenience, not always the quick removal of difficulty. Sometimes the highest blessing is the strength to endure what cannot yet be changed. Sometimes it is the wisdom to see what must be changed within oneself. Sometimes it is the uncomfortable mirror that shows us our own attachment, our own pride, our own impatience, our own endless hunger to control the world. We may pray for life to become easier, but the Buddha may be calling us to become wiser. We may pray for people to treat us better, but the Dharma may be asking us to look at the anger we carry toward them. We may pray for success, but the path may reveal how much of our identity is built on comparison. We may pray for protection, but true protection may not mean that nothing painful ever happens. True protection may mean that even when pain comes, we do not fall into the lower states of hatred, cruelty, despair, and delusion. This is a very different kind of refuge. To take refuge in the Buddha is not simply to say, "Buddha, save me while I continue living blindly." To take refuge in the Buddha is to trust awakening. It is to believe that a human life does not have to be ruled forever by greed, anger, and ignorance. It is to look at the enlightened one and understand, this is possible. A mind can be freed, a heart can be purified, suffering can be understood, the chain can be broken. Taking refuge in the Buddha is not worshipping from far away while refusing to walk. It is allowing the existence of awakening to disturb our laziness, to inspire our courage, to shame our excuses gently, and to call forth the noblest part of us. To take refuge in the Dharma is not to collect beautiful sayings and use them only when they comfort us. It is to practice truth. It is to let the teaching enter our speech, our choices, our reactions, our livelihood, our relationships, our private thoughts. The Dharma is not perfume for the ego, it is medicine. And medicine does not work because we admire the bottle. It works when we take it, digest it, and allow it to change the condition of the body. In the same way, the Dharma does not transform us because we place scriptures on a high shelf. It transforms us when we stop lying, stop feeding resentment, stop justifying harmful behavior, stop pretending that intention does not matter, stop blaming karma only when it hurts us, and begin to live with mindfulness, restraint, compassion, and responsibility. To take refuge in the Sangha is not merely to stand among religious people and feel safe by association. It is to walk with noble guidance. It is to allow ourselves to be corrected by those who practice more deeply. It is to learn humility from people who do not flatter our defilements. It is to seek the company of those who remind us of what is wholesome, not those who help us excuse what is unwholesome. The true Sangha is not a crowd that supports our ego. It is a field of practice, a living mirror, a path of companionship where wisdom is respected more than opinion, and liberation is valued more than popularity. When these three refuges are understood, faith becomes something luminous. It stops being fear disguised as religion. It stops being bargaining disguised as devotion. It stops being dependency on miracles. Faith becomes energy for transformation. It becomes a flame that lights up conduct. Because in Buddhism, faith that does not change conduct is still weak. A person can bow every day and still speak cruelly. A person can chant every morning and still cheat, manipulate, envy, and slander. A person can donate to temples and still exploit the vulnerable. A person can wear prayer beads and still be governed by jealousy. A person can talk about karma and still plant seeds of suffering everywhere they go. So we must ask very quietly, very sincerely, after I bow, do I become more humble? After I chant, do I become more mindful of my words? After I offer incense, do I burn away even a little of my anger? After I ask for compassion, do I show compassion to the people who inconvenience me? After I speak the name of the Buddha, do I remember to act like someone who has heard the Dharma? If not, then our practice is still outside the heart. It is still decoration. It is still sound, smoke, and gesture. Beautiful perhaps, but not yet liberating. The Buddha's compassion is not absent when our wishes are not fulfilled. This is important. Many people become disappointed because they believe that devotion should guarantee smooth life. They think, I prayed, but I still suffered. I made offerings, but my business failed. I chanted, but that person still left me. I believed, but sickness still came, and then they feel abandoned. But the Dharma never promised that faith would cancel impermanence. The Buddha did not teach that good people will never age, never become ill, never lose loved ones, never meet betrayal, never experience hardship. Even during the Buddha's lifetime, there was illness, there was death, there was war, there were hungry beings, grieving parents, confused kings, jealous monks, suffering families, and people falling into painful destinies. The presence of the Buddha did not erase cause and effect from the universe. His awakening illuminated it. This is why it is not praise to say, the Buddha can do anything, so if he wants, he can save everyone instantly. It may sound like praise, but it misunderstands the Buddha deeply. It imagines enlightenment as the power to violate truth. It imagines compassion as control. It imagines liberation as something that can be injected into beings who do not want to change. If that were so, then why would anyone need to practice? Why would the Buddha teach the Noble Eightfold Path? Why speak of right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration? Why train disciples for years? Why encourage vigilance, restraint, meditation, wisdom? Why warn against heedlessness? Why explain karma again and again? If awakening could simply be handed to the unwilling, then the path would be unnecessary. But the path exists because liberation requires participation. Grace, in the Buddhist sense, is not someone carrying you while you sleep forever. It is the appearance of conditions that make awakening possible. A teaching, a teacher, a moment of clarity, a painful lesson, a noble friend, a chance to repent, a chance to begin again. But whether we walk or not, whether we open or not, whether we release or cling, that cannot be forced from the outside. No one can digest food for us. No one can breathe our breath for us. No one can understand in our place. The Buddha can show the road, but he cannot walk it with our feet. He can point out the poison, but he cannot make us stop drinking if we keep calling it sweet. He can reveal the prison door, but he cannot make us leave if we love our chains and decorate them with excuses. This does not make the Buddha small, it makes the Dharma true. The Buddha's wisdom is boundless, but boundless wisdom does not mean foolish interference with karma. The Buddha's compassion is immeasurable, but immeasurable compassion does not mean indulging every craving of every being. The Buddha's power is extraordinary, but the highest power is not the power to satisfy desire. It is the power to awaken beings who are ready to be awakened, to teach the path so clearly that those with ears to hear can cross the ocean of suffering. A parent who truly loves a child does not give the child every sweet thing they cry for. A doctor who truly heals does not prescribe poison because the patient enjoys its taste. A teacher who truly cares does not give the answer in a way that prevents the student from learning. In the same way, the Buddha's compassion is not sentimental weakness. It is not the softness that lets ignorance continue comfortably. It is a fierce, clear, boundless compassion that points directly to the roots of suffering, and those roots are not outside us alone. They are not only in bad luck, enemies, spirits, society, family, or fate. They are in craving, they are in aversion, they are in delusion, they are in the mind that grasps and says, "This must be mine," in the mind that resists and says, "This must never touch me," in the mind that imagines permanence where there is change, ownership where there is only condition, self where there is only process. So when we kneel before the Buddha, we should not only ask, "Please give me what I want." We can ask something deeper. Please help me see what is wholesome. Please help me have the courage to abandon what harms. Please help me accept the truth when my ego resists it. Please help me practice patience when life does not obey me. Please help me love without clinging, work without greed, speak without cruelty, and suffer without hatred. Please help me become someone who can receive the Dharma. That prayer is already practice, and if we offer incense, let the fragrance remind us to purify our conduct. If we offer flowers, let the fading petals remind us of impermanence. If we bow, let the lowering of the body soften the arrogance of the mind. If we chant, let each word enter the places where anger hides. If we sit in silence, let silence reveal the restless machinery of wanting. Then devotion becomes alive. Then ritual becomes a doorway. Then faith becomes a path. The Buddha is not poor because he does not grant every wish. He is not limited because he does not force all beings into liberation. He is not lacking compassion because suffering still exists. Rather, he respects the law of cause and effect so completely that his teaching never deceives us. He does not flatter our fantasy. He does not sell comfort at the price of truth. He gives something far greater than the fulfillment of desire. He gives the way beyond enslavement to desire. And when we understand this, our relationship with the Buddha matures. We no longer come only as children crying for favors. We come as practitioners, wounded perhaps, frightened perhaps, still full of confusion but willing to learn. We no longer measure blessing only by what is gained. Sometimes we recognize blessing in what is taken away. because it reveals our attachment. We no longer measure protection only by the absence of pain. Sometimes we recognize protection in the presence of mindfulness during pain. We no longer measure compassion only by rescue. Sometimes we recognize compassion in a teaching that refuses to lie to us. This is purified faith. It is warm, but not naive. It is devoted, but not superstitious. It is reverent, but not dependent in a childish way. It bows deeply, and then it rises to practice. It trusts the Buddha, not as a magician who must obey our desires, but as the fully awakened one who shows us how to be free from the tyranny of desire. When faith becomes like this, the altar is no longer separate from daily life. The Buddha is remembered when we choose not to answer anger with anger. The Dharma is practiced when we restrain one harmful sentence before it wounds another heart. The Sangha is honored when we seek wise company instead of companions in delusion. Every moment becomes a place of refuge, because every moment becomes a chance to awaken. And then we begin to understand something very beautiful. The Buddha's blessing is not always something added to our life. Sometimes it is something removed from our blindness. Not more possessions, but less greed. Not more victory, but less hatred. Not more control, but less fear. Not more praise, but less hunger for praise. Not a life without storms, but a heart that slowly learns not to become the storm. Once faith is purified in this way, we can approach the Buddha's limitless qualities with clearer eyes. We can praise his wisdom without imagining that wisdom destroys cause and effect. We can praise his power without reducing power to miracle-making. We can praise his compassion without expecting compassion to violate the freedom and karma of beings. Only then can we understand the ancient truth with humility. The Buddha's wisdom is boundless. The Buddha's power is profound. The Buddha's heart is immeasurable. And yet, even the Buddha cannot carry the unwilling across. To say that the Buddha cannot carry the unwilling across is not to make the Buddha small. It is to understand his greatness correctly. Because in the spiritual life, greatness is not measured by the ability to dominate. It is not measured by how many beings can be forced to kneel, forced to believe, forced to change, forced to awaken before their hearts are ready. True greatness does not need to violate reality in order to prove itself. True greatness stands in complete harmony with reality, even when reality includes the painful truth that some beings will turn away from the very path that could save them. This is why the old statement is so powerful. The Buddha's wisdom is boundless. The Buddha's power is immense. The Buddha's heart is immeasurable. Yet he cannot liberate the one without affinity, the one without willingness, the one who refuses to turn inward. At first, this may sound like a contradiction. If his wisdom is boundless, why can he not find a way? If his power is immense, why can he not lift everyone? If his compassion is immeasurable, why does he not simply save all beings at once? But the contradiction only appears when we misunderstand wisdom, power, and compassion. We imagine them through the habits of ordinary desire. We think wisdom means knowing a secret shortcut that cancels all consequences. We think power means the ability to bend anything to one's will. We think compassion means removing pain immediately, even if the person in pain continues to create the very causes of pain. But the Buddha's wisdom is not like that. Boundless wisdom is not a clever trick. It is not the ability to break the law of cause and effect. It is the perfect seeing of cause and effect. It sees how suffering begins, how suffering grows, how suffering is maintained, and how suffering ends. It sees the root of craving before craving becomes action. It sees the tiny movement of pride before pride becomes conflict. It sees fear hiding beneath anger, hunger hiding beneath attachment, ignorance hiding beneath certainty. It sees not only what a person says, but the causes behind the words. It sees not only what a person does, but the conditions that shaped the doing. It sees the web so clearly that nothing is separate, nothing is random, nothing appears without a cause. When we say the Buddha's wisdom is boundless, we are saying that he sees the full landscape of existence without distortion. He sees birth and death. He sees the rising and passing of all things. He sees the mind chasing shadows and calling them happiness. He sees beings running toward the fire because from far away it looks like light. He sees why one person hears the Dharma and weeps with gratitude, while another hears the same Dharma and laughs in mockery. He sees why one heart opens after one sentence, and another remains closed after a lifetime of blessings. He sees the timing, the conditions, the tendencies, the karmic weight, the secret wounds, the stubborn habits, the hidden seeds. And because his wisdom is boundless, he does not confuse readiness with appearance. He knows that a person may bow beautifully and still not be ready to practice. He knows that another person may appear rough, doubtful, even broken, and yet inside there is a small, sincere seed waiting for rain. He knows that the path is not opened by costume, language, social status, or religious decoration. It is opened by causes and conditions. It is opened by humility. It is opened by the willingness to see oneself honestly. It is opened by the courage to stop blaming the whole world and look at the fire one keeps feeding within. So the Buddha's wisdom does not make him deny the truth that liberation cannot be poured into a closed heart. A locked door does not open because the sun is bright. The sun can shine all day. Its light can warm the earth, ripen fruit, awaken flowers, and guide travelers. But if a person seals every window and curses the morning, the sun is not weak. The refusal is simply doing its work. In the same way, the Buddha's wisdom illuminates the path, but it does not erase the responsibility of walking. The Buddha's power is also easily misunderstood. When ordinary people speak of power, we often imagine force. We imagine command. We imagine a hand reaching down from the sky, rearranging our life, removing our enemies, erasing our mistakes, giving us what we want without asking us to change. We think power means control over circumstances, but the power of a Buddha is far deeper than control. It is the power to reveal truth so clearly that a person who is ready cannot remain asleep. It is the power to speak one teaching and have it become medicine for countless kinds of suffering. It is the power to meet beings where they are, to use skillful means, to open a door through a story, a silence, a question, a glance, a moment of compassion. The Buddha's power is immense because he can guide kings and beggars, scholars and farmers, the grieving and the arrogant, the gentle and the violent. He can speak to the one attached to pleasure and reveal the exhaustion inside pleasure. He can speak to the one attached to pain and reveal the identity built around pain. He can speak to the fearful and show them impermanence, not as a threat, but as a doorway to freedom. He can speak to the proud and show them that the self they polish so carefully is only a passing arrangement of causes. He can speak to the hopeless and show them that even a mind long darkened can begin again, if it stops protecting the darkness. This is a power greater than miracle-making. A miracle may astonish the eyes for a moment, but truth can transform the direction of an entire life. A miracle may make people gather, but wisdom makes people awaken. A miracle may impress the crowd, but the Dharma enters the heart that is ripe and changes how that heart breathes, chooses, loves, suffers, forgives, and lets go. To turn hatred into compassion, greed into generosity, delusion into clarity, fear into steadiness. This is not a small power. This is not lesser than walking on water or flying through the sky. This is the power that frees beings from the prison they carry inside themselves. And yet, even this immense power does not force awakening. In fact, if it forced awakening, it would no longer be the power of the Buddha. It would be coercion wearing holy clothing. The Buddha's power works in harmony with conditions. When there is a crack in the shell, his teaching can enter like light. When there is sincerity, even a little, his guidance can become a turning point. When there is remorse, humility, trust, or honest doubt, the Dharma can begin to move. But when a being clings to ignorance, as if it were treasure, when a person does not want to see, does not want to listen, does not want to change, then the Buddha does not drag them by the neck into peace. Peace cannot be entered that way, because liberation is not a place where someone can carry your body while your mind remains elsewhere. Liberation is the transformation of seeing. It is the ending of clinging. It is the cooling of the fires that we ourselves have kept alive. No one, not even a Buddha, can be greedy on our behalf and then let go for us. No one can be angry on our behalf and then forgive for us. No one can be deluded on our behalf and then awaken for us. A teacher can point. A compassionate one can encourage. A wise one can warn us of danger, but the hand that opens must be our own hand. The step that crosses must be our own step. And then there is the Buddha's heart, immeasurable. This means compassion without border, without favoritism, without exhaustion in the ordinary sense. It means the Buddha does not love only the obedient. He does not care only for those who praise him. He does not abandon those who mock the path, insult the teaching, or remain trapped in foolishness. His compassion extends even toward those who do not recognize it. Like rain falling over forests, fields, stones, and roofs, the Buddha's compassion is not narrow. It does not say, "You are worthy and you are not." It sees suffering wherever suffering appears. It sees the trembling beneath cruelty. It sees the confusion beneath arrogance. It sees the long wandering of beings who harm themselves and others, because they do not understand what they are doing. This immeasurable heart is difficult for us to comprehend, because our love is often mixed with preference. We are kind to those who are kind to us. We are patient with those who respect us. We are generous when we feel appreciated. But when someone rejects our help, our compassion quickly becomes irritation. When someone refuses to change, we call them hopeless. When someone mocks what we value, we close our hearts. The Buddha's heart is not so fragile. He can see a being lost in darkness without hatred. He can see a person create suffering and still understand the ignorance behind it. He can see one who refuses the path today and still know that perhaps, after many causes and many painful lessons, a seed may ripen in the future. But compassion does not mean indulgence. This is important. The Buddha's immeasurable heart does not mean he pretends poison is medicine. It does not mean he blesses delusion and calls it wisdom. It does not mean he removes every consequence just because beings cry after creating causes for pain. True compassion is not sentimental softness. True compassion is aligned with truth. Sometimes compassion comforts. Sometimes compassion warns. Sometimes compassion stays silent because the person is not ready to hear. Sometimes compassion allows beings to experience the fruit of their actions, not out of cruelty, but because without seeing the fruit, they may never question the seed. This is where the paradox becomes beautiful. The Buddha's greatness is not reduced by the fact that he cannot liberate the unwilling. His greatness is revealed through it. Because he honors truth completely, he does not flatter us with childish fantasies. He does not say, "Do whatever you want, and I will erase the results." He does not say, "Remain asleep, and I will dream awakening for you." He does not turn the Dharma into a bargain where devotion replaces transformation. Instead, he gives us something far more respectful. He tells us the truth. Suffering has causes. Freedom has causes. If we cultivate the causes of bondage, bondage will continue. If we cultivate the causes of liberation, liberation becomes possible. There is dignity in this. There is also great tenderness. Because if awakening depended only on the preference of a divine being, then we would be helpless. We would wait to be chosen. We would wonder why grace came to one and not another. We would beg, bargain, flatter, and fear. But the Dharma points to something more intimate and more empowering. It says that the path is available wherever the causes are cultivated. It says that even a confused person can begin. Even one who has made mistakes can turn around. Even one who has wandered for a long time can plant a new seed. The Buddha cannot walk for us, but he has shown the road with perfect clarity. He cannot swallow medicine for us, but he has given the medicine. He cannot force our eyes open, but he has brought the lamp, and if we listen carefully, we may feel both humbled and relieved. Humbled, because we can no longer blame the Buddha, fate, the world, our parents, our enemies, or our past for everything that continues in us. Relieved because we are not condemned to remain as we are. Our unwillingness may be strong, but it is not a permanent self. Our ignorance may be deep, but it is not our true nature. Our habits may be old, but every habit survives by being repeated. When repetition changes, destiny begins to change. So to honor the Buddha properly is not to exaggerate him into a magician who cancels karma. It is to bow to his wisdom that sees karma perfectly. It is not to praise him as a ruler who forces beings into salvation. It is to honor his power to teach the path without distortion. It is not to imagine his compassion as an emotional rescue that removes responsibility. It is to recognize a heart vast enough to love beings while still allowing truth to remain truth. The Buddha's wisdom is boundless because he sees the prison and the key. The Buddha's power is immense because he can show the key to all who are ready to receive it. The Buddha's heart is immeasurable because even when we turn away, he does not turn into hatred, but the lock of unwillingness must still loosen from within. The fist must unclench, the eyes must be willing to open, the traveler must stop worshipping the roadside dust and begin to walk. When this understanding settles in us, something changes. We stop asking why the Buddha has not removed all our suffering while we continue to feed its causes. We stop treating prayer as a substitute for practice. We stop hiding behind devotion while refusing transformation. And slowly, perhaps painfully, but honestly, we begin to see that our life is not merely something happening to us. It is also something being shaped through our seeing, our choosing, our clinging, our letting go. This understanding transforms how we look at our own suffering and responsibility. At this point, the teaching is no longer about others who are without affinity. It becomes a mirror held before our own heart, because it is easy to point outward and say, that person does not listen. That person refuses the path. That person is too stubborn, too lost, too far away. But the more honest question is quieter and much sharper. In what ways am I still waiting to be carried while refusing to stand? Sometimes we imagine the unwilling person as someone far from us, someone who mocks the Dharma, denies karma, insults goodness, or lives carelessly without remorse. But unwillingness is not always loud. It does not always come dressed as arrogance. Sometimes it wears the face of a sincere believer. Sometimes it bows before the altar, lights incense, recites sacred words, and still quietly refuses to change. Sometimes it says, I trust the Buddha, but when anger rises, it protects the anger. When greed whispers, it follows greed. When pride is wounded, it sharpens the tongue. When a chance to forgive appears, it postpones forgiveness until tomorrow. And this is where we must be very gentle, but also very honest with ourselves. Do not wait for the Buddha to lift you while you refuse to stand. Do not wait for a miracle to remove the suffering that you keep watering with both hands. Do not sit beside the medicine and pray to be healed. While refusing to take even one dose, the Buddha is not lacking compassion. The path is not lacking power. The Dharma is not weak. But no teaching, however bright, can walk for the one who insists on remaining seated in the dark. Many people wait for a perfect moment to begin practicing. They tell themselves, when life becomes less busy, I will be more mindful. When my work settles down, I will meditate. When the children grow older, when the debts are paid, when my health improves, when this difficult season passes, then I will turn inward, but life rarely becomes empty enough for awakening to feel. Convenient, there is always another task, another worry, another noise, another reason to delay. If we wait until the world becomes quiet before we learn to be still, we may spend our whole life being dragged by sound. Practice does not begin only in a temple. It does not begin only on a cushion, in a forest, or beneath a peaceful sky. It begins in the middle of the ordinary day, exactly where impatience rises, exactly where craving pulls, exactly where resentment tightens the chest. It begins while washing a cup, answering a message, listening to someone speak, standing in traffic, sitting beside a hospital bed, hearing words we do not like. The doorway is not somewhere else. The doorway is this moment, if we are willing to enter it honestly. Some people wait until pain disappears before they practice. They say, I am too hurt right now. I am too broken. I am too angry. I cannot be kind yet. I cannot forgive yet. I cannot sit with myself yet. And of course, pain deserves tenderness. A wounded heart should not be beaten with harsh demands. But if we wait until all pain disappears before beginning the path, we misunderstand the path. The Dharma is not only for peaceful people. It is medicine for those who suffer. It is a lamp for those who stumble. It is a raft for those already in the flood. You do not need to be pure before you begin. You begin because you are not yet free. You do not need to have a calm mind before practicing mindfulness. You practice because the mind is restless. You do not need to have a perfect heart before learning compassion. You learn compassion because the heart still closes. If the sick person says, I will take medicine only after I recover, then sickness will remain. In the same way, if we say, I will practice only after my anger is gone, anger becomes our master. Some people wait for others to apologize first. They say, when they admit they were wrong, I will release this bitterness. When they finally understand my pain, I will stop replaying it. When they bow their head, I will soften my heart. But if our peace depends entirely on another person's awakening, then we have handed the key to our prison to someone who may never know they are holding it. This does not mean we excuse harm. It does not mean we deny injustice. It does not mean we pretend wounds are small when they are deep. But it does mean we stop drinking poison while waiting for someone else to feel sorry. The path begins when we take responsibility for what our heart is doing now. Maybe they hurt us, maybe they truly acted wrongly, maybe they never apologized. But if, years later, we still feed hatred every morning, rehearse arguments every night, and build our identity around the wound, then suffering has found a second life inside us. The Buddha can show us how to see this. The Dharma can reveal the chain. But we must be willing to loosen one link. One honest breath can begin the path. Do not underestimate it. A breath taken with awareness in the middle of anger is not a small thing. It is a rebellion against habit. It is the moment the fire is seen before more oil is poured. One restrained word can begin the path. When the tongue is ready to strike, when the old pattern rises, when we want to win more than we want to understand, and we pause just once, that pause is a seed of liberation. One generous act can begin the path. One sincere apology spoken without excuse can begin the path. One moment of admitting I was wrong can open a door that pride has kept closed for years. We often imagine spiritual transformation as something vast and dramatic, as if awakening must arrive with thunder. But the path is often made of small moments that no one applauds. Choosing not to gossip when gossip would make us feel important. Choosing not to exaggerate our suffering to gain sympathy. Choosing not to punish someone with silence just because we can. Choosing to listen when we want to defend. Choosing to return to the breath when the mind runs toward old cravings. These moments may seem ordinary, but they are not ordinary. They are where karma changes direction. There is a great difference between passive belief and active refuge. Passive belief says, Buddha, save me. Active refuge says, Buddha, teach me how to stop creating suffering. Passive belief wants rescue without responsibility. Active refuge bows, listens and walks. Passive belief asks the Buddha to remove the fruit while continuing to plant the same seeds. Active refuge looks at the seed in the hand and says, I must understand what I am planting. To take refuge in the Buddha is not to hide behind his compassion. It is to awaken our own capacity for wisdom. To take refuge in the Dharma is not to collect beautiful words. It is to let those words cut through our excuses. To take refuge in the Sangha is not only to belong to a community. It is to be reminded again and again that practice is possible, that others have walked, that we too must walk. So ask yourself with kindness, but do not run from the answer. What am I waiting for? Am I waiting until I am old? Many people think old age will make them spiritual. They imagine that later, when the body slows down, when pleasures lose their shine, when responsibilities become fewer, then they will naturally turn toward the path. But old age does not automatically bring wisdom. Sometimes it only brings older habits, deeper regrets, a more rigid mind, a body with less strength, and a heart that has practiced resentment for too long. If we spend youth feeding distraction, we should not assume old age will suddenly taste like freedom. Am I waiting until fear becomes unbearable? Some people only turn inward when life shakes them violently. A sickness comes, a loved one dies, a relationship collapses, a loss strips away certainty. Then, in desperation, they remember impermanence. But must we wait for the house to burn before we look for the exit? Must we wait for death to stand at the door before we ask what truly matters? The wise do not need disaster to begin. They hear the faint sound of impermanence even in a happy day. Life is passing, not as an idea, not as poetry, not as something we say at funerals and forget afterward. It is passing now. While you listen, breath by breath, something is leaving and something is arising. The face in the mirror has changed from what it was. The people we love are not guaranteed to remain. The body we depend on is not under our command. Plans can break, health can turn. A morning can begin like any other and become the day after which nothing is the same. This is not meant to frighten us. The Dharma does not need to terrify the heart into practice. Fear may make us kneel for a moment, but wisdom helps us walk for a lifetime. Impermanence is not a threat. It is a truth asking to be respected. Death is not mentioned to darken life, but to make life precious. When we remember that time is uncertain, we stop treating awareness as something optional, something to do after everything else is finished, because everything else is never finished. There will always be more to arrange, more to fix, more to desire, more to protect. The world will keep offering reasons to forget ourselves. Samsara is skilled at postponement. It says, not today, tomorrow, later, after this one pleasure, after this one argument, after this one ambition, after this one wound is avenged. And if we believe it, a whole lifetime can vanish in the word later. But the path does not ask for later, it asks for now. Not a perfect now, not a peaceful now, not a now where every condition is favorable. Just this imperfect, breathing, trembling, honest now. If you are angry, begin with knowing anger as anger. If you are sad, begin with holding sadness without drowning in it. If you are jealous, begin with seeing the burning of comparison. If you are afraid, begin with one steady breath. If you have harmed someone, begin with remorse that does not collapse into shame, but rises into repair. If you are lost, begin by admitting, I am lost, because truth is already a step toward the path. The Buddha cannot practice in your place. He cannot make your next word gentle if you insist on cruelty. He cannot make your hand open if you worship grasping. He cannot force humility into a heart that still enjoys being right more than being free. But the moment you turn, even slightly, the teaching is there. The moment you want to see, the lamp is there. The moment you stop defending your chains, the key becomes visible. This is why no moment of awareness should be dismissed. You may think, what difference does one breath make? But one breath can prevent one word. One word can prevent one wound. One wound not created can change the atmosphere of a home. A home with less hatred becomes a place where others can breathe. A single moment of practice is never truly isolated. It ripples through speech, action, memory, relationship, and karma. And even if no one sees it, it matters. The path is not performance. You do not practice so others will call you spiritual. You practice because suffering is real and liberation is possible. You practice because your anger has cost you enough. Your craving has exhausted you enough. Your pride has separated you enough. Your fear has ruled you enough. At some point, the heart must say enough. I cannot keep asking to be saved while I keep building the cage. This is the dignity of practice. No one can do it for you, and yet you are not abandoned. The Buddha points, the Dharma guides, noble friends encourage, conditions support, but your own willingness is the hinge on which the door turns. Without willingness, even the Buddha standing before us becomes only an image. With willingness, even a single verse, a single breath, a single moment of clear seeing can become the beginning of release. So do not wait to be carried. Stand up in the way you can stand today. Not with pride, not with tension, not with the fantasy that you will never fall again. Stand up gently, stand up honestly, stand up even if your knees are shaking. Begin with the next breath. Begin with the next choice. Begin with the next time your mind reaches for an old chain, and you decide not to tighten it. If you can sit for 1 minute in awareness, sit. If you can speak one sentence with kindness, speak it. If you can stop one harmful action before it ripens, stop. If you can give one small thing without needing praise, give. If you can apologize to one person, apologize. If you can forgive only one layer of a deep wound, forgive that one layer. Do not despise small beginnings. A path across a mountain is not crossed in one leap. It is crossed by steps. And if you fall back into old habits, do not use failure as another excuse to sleep. See it, learn, return. The one who returns again and again is already different from the one who refuses to return. Shame says, because I failed, I cannot practice. Wisdom says, because I failed, I must practice more sincerely. The Buddha's compassion is not shocked by your weakness, but compassion does not ask you to remain weak. It invites you to rise. There is a rare opportunity in being human, in hearing the Dharma, in having even a little faith, even a little conscience, even a little longing to be free. Do not treat this as ordinary. Many beings suffer without knowing why. Many chase shadows without ever hearing of a way out. Many are trapped in conditions where reflection is almost impossible. If you can hear these words, if something in you understands even a little, then a door has appeared in your life. Do not walk past it as if doors like this open every day. The Buddha's wisdom is boundless. The Buddha's power is profound. The Buddha's compassion cannot be measured. But the unwilling heart cannot be dragged into freedom. And teaching returns to us, tender and uncompromising. Stop waiting for the Buddha to carry what you refuse to release. Stop waiting for the world to become perfect before you become sincere. Stop waiting for pain to disappear before you learn from it. Stop waiting for death to remind you that life was precious. This breath is already the place of practice. This moment is already the threshold. The path is not far from you, but you must turn toward it. You must place your own foot down. You must begin. And yet, before we close, there is one more place we must look. Not outward, not toward the person who never listens, not toward the one who mocks the Dharma, rejects good advice, or keeps walking into the same fire again and again. Not toward the relative who refuses to change, the friend who chooses suffering, the stranger whose life seems full of delusion. We must look here at ourselves, because the most dangerous way to hear this teaching is to turn it into a weapon. To hear that the Buddha cannot save the one without affinity, and immediately point the finger. That person has no affinity. That person cannot be helped. That person is hopeless. That person is too stubborn, too blind, too lost. If we do that, then the teaching has already missed us. A true teaching is not a stone we throw at another person's window. It is a mirror we hold before our own face. And sometimes what we see in that mirror is not comfortable. Sometimes we discover that the person without affinity is not far away. Sometimes, in certain moments, in certain habits, in certain hidden corners of the heart, that person may be me. This does not mean we are hopeless. It does not mean we are condemned. It does not mean the Buddha has turned away from us. It means we must become honest before we become free. Ask yourself gently, but do not lie. Where in my life do I already know what is right, yet still refuse to do it? Where have I heard the same lesson many times, from many mouths through many painful experiences, and still I continue as if I have never understood? Where do I ask for peace, but continue feeding the thoughts that disturb me? Where do I ask for blessings, but avoid discipline? Where do I bow before the Buddha, but refuse to bow before the truth? These questions are not meant to shame us. They are meant to wake us, because a person may reject the Dharma loudly, with ridicule and anger, but a person may also reject the Dharma quietly, with excuses, with delay, with pride, with comfort, with the soft voice that says, I know, while changing nothing. That quiet rejection is harder to see. It is easy to recognize someone who openly says, I do not believe, I do not care, I do not want to practice. There is a kind of honesty in that, even if it is painful, but there is another kind of danger. The person who knows the words, repeats the teachings, admires the Buddha, respects the temple, quotes the sutras, speaks beautifully about compassion, impermanence, karma, and liberation, yet does not allow those teachings to enter the heart. This is subtle, very subtle. A person can listen to 1,000 Dharma talks and still remain unchanged. A person can own many statues, light incense every morning, chant with a clear voice, and still protect the same anger, the same jealousy, the same greed, the same self-importance. A person can speak of emptiness and still be full of themselves. A person can praise compassion and still be cruel in their own home. A person can bow before the Buddha every day, yet remain far from the Dharma because pride has never been touched. The distance between the forehead and the floor is easy to cross. The distance between pride and humility is much harder. And so, when we say the Buddha cannot carry the unwilling, we must not imagine only a villain, only a cruel person, only someone obviously lost. The unwilling one can appear inside us whenever we defend our suffering more strongly than we seek freedom. Look closely. There are times when someone gives us sincere advice, and instead of receiving it, we immediately prepare our defense. We say, you do not understand me. We say, my situation is different. We say, I already know that. We say, it is not my fault. Perhaps some of that is true. Perhaps the other person speaks imperfectly. Perhaps their timing is poor. Perhaps their tone is clumsy. But still, hidden inside their words, there may be a small medicine for us. And because of pride, we spit it out before it can heal anything. There are times when life repeats the same lesson again and again. We suffer from attachment, but continue clinging. We suffer from anger, but continue justifying it. We suffer from comparison, but continue looking at others with restless eyes. We suffer from desire, but continue telling ourselves that one more possession, one more pleasure, one more victory, one more recognition will finally bring peace. Then when suffering comes, we cry, why is life doing this to me? But life may be asking, how many times must I show you the same truth before you listen? This is where affinity is tested, not in how much we admire the Buddha from a distance, not in how beautifully we speak about spiritual things, but in the moment when the teaching contradicts our craving, in the moment when the Dharma touches the exact place we do not want to release. It is easy to agree with patience when no one has insulted us. It is easy to agree with non-attachment when we are not being asked to let go. It is easy to speak of forgiveness when the wound is old and no longer bleeding. It is easy to praise humility when no one has challenged our pride. But when someone criticizes us, when a desire burns in the chest, when jealousy rises, when our opinion is opposed, when our comfort is threatened, when the world does not obey our wishes, then we discover how close or far we truly are from the path. In those moments, the Buddha is not absent. The door is still open. The teaching is still alive. But do we walk through it, or do we choose the old road again? Many people pray to the Buddha for help, and prayer can be beautiful. Prayer can soften the heart. Prayer can remind us that we are not alone. Prayer can turn the mind toward goodness. But if we pray for calm while refusing to stop the causes of agitation, what are we truly asking for? If we pray for wisdom while protecting our ignorance, what do we expect wisdom to do? If we pray for liberation while clinging to every chain, are we not asking the Buddha to bless our prison? This is not faith. This is bargaining, we may say. Buddha, please save me, while secretly meaning, please save me without changing me. Please remove the consequences, but do not ask me to change the causes. Please give me peace, but let me keep my anger. Please give me freedom, but let me keep my attachments. Please give me light, but do not ask me to open my eyes. And the Buddha, with infinite compassion, does not hate us for this. He does not abandon us. He does not become angry. But the law of truth does not bend just because we are afraid of discipline. Fire still burns. Seeds still grow according to their nature. The path still must be walked by the one who wishes to arrive. This is why honesty is such a great blessing. The moment we can say, I am resisting, something begins to change. The moment we can say, I keep blaming others, but I also have responsibility, a little light enters. The moment we can say, I have heard the teaching, but I have not truly practiced it, the teaching comes closer. The moment we can say, I am not as humble as I thought, I am not as patient as I claimed, I am not as free as I pretended, that moment is not failure. That moment is the beginning of affinity. Because affinity is not only something we are born with, it is also something we nourish. A closed door can open slightly. A dry field can receive rain. A hard heart can soften. A person who has wandered for a long time can still turn around. Do not despise yourself when you see your resistance. Seeing it clearly is already different from being lost in it. A person who is asleep does not know they are asleep. But the one who begins to notice the dream is already near waking. So if you discover within yourself a place that refuses the Dharma, do not cover it with shame. Do not decorate it with excuses. Do not hide it behind religious words. Sit with it. Breathe with it. Say, here is where I still cling. Here is where I still fear. Here is where I still want the fruits of practice without the labor of practice. That kind of honesty is precious. It is more valuable than pretending to be holy, more valuable than winning arguments about doctrine, more valuable than appearing peaceful while boiling inside. The Buddha does not need our performance. The path does not require us to be flawless before we begin, but it does require sincerity. And sincerity is very simple. When you fall, you know you have fallen. When you are angry, you know anger is present. When you are jealous, you do not call it justice. When you are attached, you do not call it love. When you are proud, you do not call it wisdom. When you are afraid, you do not call it certainty. This clear seeing is already a step toward freedom. Perhaps this is the tenderest part of the teaching. The Buddha cannot force us, but he never stops inviting us. He cannot digest the truth for us, but he offers it again and again. He cannot walk in our place, but he lights the road. He cannot make the unwilling heart willing, but the moment even a small willingness appears, the whole path becomes possible. So before we judge who has affinity and who does not, let us ask, today, am I creating affinity with the Dharma, or am I weakening it? When I listen to wise words, do I let them correct me? When suffering comes, do I learn or only complain? When I see impermanence, do I awaken? Or do I chase more tightly? When I make mistakes, do I humble myself or do I protect my image? When I bow, does my heart bow too? These questions can follow us into daily life, into the kitchen, into traffic. into conversations, into conflict, into loneliness, into success, into disappointment. The Dharma is not only in temples, not only in books, not only in quiet meditation halls. It appears precisely where our habits are exposed. It appears when someone irritates us. It appears when desire whispers. It appears when fear tightens the chest. It appears when we have the chance to be honest instead of impressive, kind instead of right, patient instead of reactive. This is where the unwilling heart becomes willing, not all at once perhaps, not dramatically, maybe only by a small pause before speaking, maybe by one apology, maybe by one desire not followed, maybe by one moment of choosing understanding over resentment, maybe by hearing the same teaching again, but this time allowing it to touch the wound we kept hidden. Do not underestimate such moments. A door does not need to open wide at first. A narrow opening is enough for light to enter, and once light enters, we begin to see the room differently. That is the hope. Even if we have been stubborn for years, we can become honest today. Even if we have wasted many chances, we can respect this one. Even if we have bowed without changing, today our bow can become real. Even if we have asked the Buddha to save us while avoiding the path, today we can stop bargaining and begin walking. The Buddha's wisdom is boundless. His compassion is immeasurable. His patience is beyond anything we can imagine. But compassion does not mean carrying us while we cling to delusion. True compassion shows us the way out and waits without hatred until we are ready to take a step. So let us not use this teaching to condemn the world. Let us use it to soften ourselves. Let us not say, they are without affinity too quickly. Let us say, may I not close my own heart. Let us not say, they cannot be saved with arrogance. Let us say, may I not reject the help already given to me. Let us not stand outside the Dharma and point at others. Let us enter quietly, with humility, with trembling sincerity, with the courage to be changed. And if these words have touched even a small place in you, do not let that small opening close. Protect it, water it, return to it, practice in a simple way, speak a little less harshly, listen a little more deeply, let go of one resentment, tell the truth about one attachment, accept one correction without defending yourself. These are not small things. These are footsteps. If you find this useful, subscribe to the channel, like this video and leave a comment. In the end, the message is calm and merciful. The Buddha's door has never been locked. No one is turned away because they are imperfect. No one is rejected because they have struggled. No one is beyond the reach of compassion the moment they sincerely turn toward it. But the door, though open, cannot walk for us. The Buddha can show the path. The Dharma can illuminate the mind. The Sangha can encourage the heart. Life itself can teach through joy and sorrow, gain and loss, birth and death. But each person must choose to enter. Each person must choose to release the hand from the chain. Each person must choose to stop standing at the threshold, asking for freedom while refusing to move. So may we not waste this human life waiting to be carried. May we not mistake the Buddha's kindness for permission to remain asleep. May we not call ourselves devoted while refusing to be transformed. May we have the humility to see where we are still unwilling, and the courage to become willing. The Buddha's door is always open, but we must choose to walk through it.